All right. Good evening, everybody. I would like to welcome you to the regular scheduled meeting for the Human Relations Commission of the City of Palo Alto. Today's date is March 11th, or meeting has been publicly noticed. So if you would like to follow on, you can go right on the city's website and pull down the agenda. Staff, can we please start with roll call, please?
Commissioner Duda-Ray,
Present.
Commissioner Regier,
Present.
Commissioner Savage,
Present.
Chair Smith,
Present.
Vice Chair Stinger.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, I would like to do our agenda changes, requests, and deletions. Okay, we have none. I'd like to move on to oral communications. At this time, oral communications will be for 2 minutes. I ask that if the item is not on the agenda, this is your opportunity to speak on the matter to our commission. You will have 2 minutes to speak. We ask that you please be considerate of everybody, including your fellow people that are sharing. So keeping it to 2 minutes. I will start. Staff, can you lead us off, please?
Yes, I can lead us off. The first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Kat Snyder. Aram, go ahead, please.
I hope everybody is well tonight. I wish we would at least have 3. We used to be 5, and 2 minutes is, just kind of restrictive. So next week, or on the 17th, you have a study session on hate crimes led by a member of the police department. I think it's an Officer Smith from what I could see on the agenda. I'm trying to make sure that we have a balanced process when we present on law enforcement issues. I suggest you invite Ladores Cordell as an example. She was, as you know, a former judge and also the head of the IPA in San Jose for 5 years. She can give you a different perspective. And I think we need to have somebody like Black Lives Matter or the ACLU Police Practices Project to balance things out. Because, police do engage in hate crimes. And I don't know how comfortable you all are going to be quizzing Officer Smith about that. We've still got the elephant in the room, the alleged racial comments, hate crime in my estimation, if it's true, by Zach Perone. So we need to talk about that. I also hope that you will consider inviting our district attorney, Jeff Rosen, who, the police can bring charges, arrest charges, but they have to take them to the DA for the charging process. And I think it's really critical that you understand the connection between those. And then also, I hope all of you know who the public defender of Santa Clara County is, and Ms. Molly O'Neill. She's been there for a lot of years. She's the second woman public defender in the history of the office that was opened up in about 1966. I did want to read to you a little piece that I'd written about the upcoming trial, but I'll have to send it to you, well, not upcoming, but where jury selection is taking place as we speak in Minnesota, because it's an important process. I think you should all watch it very, very carefully.
Thank you so much, Mr. James.
The next speaker is Kat Snyder, to be followed by Kevin Ma. Kat, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. I just saw some reporting today, so this is really just an FYI to get this on your radar, that the Biden administration may be using Moffett Field as a juvenile detention center for unaccompanied minors who cross the border. I'm gonna try and find out more details than what I saw in the reporting, but I just wanted to mention there's a possibility that a very vulnerable population will be housed in that area, and I want to make sure that you know about it. Maybe Mountain View HRC knows about it, and if I find out more, I'll tell you more, but that's all I know so far. Thanks.
Thank you, Kat. The last speaker is Kevin Ma. Kevin, go ahead, please.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood, and I would like to thank the Commission for agendizing on their next meeting a discussion about the safe parking pilot and how to ensure that our community members who live in vehicles are welcomed in this community. As was noted in the Mercury News article, we've seen a recent rise in tow notices to those who are in residential vehicles, such as those on El Camino Real. And as we all know that this is not really a solution to the problem. This would just cause them to move half a mile and then remove 3 days from then because someone is complaining about they didn't want to see them there. I feel like the city should do better. And while we have safe parking, just because we have 12 spaces, that's clearly not enough for all of the members who are on our streets. And as such, we should not be pushing them so forcefully with these tow notices when we know there isn't enough. And the safe parking program has been unfortunately very slow. None of the application from churches have actually been approved yet. All of them are still in appeals. I feel like the Commission should take a look to ensure that this program will be made successful in the end by making sure that they happen fast and acceptable to everyone, including those who are in desperate need of this service. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. There are no more speakers.
Thank you to each and every person that brought valuable information during the public comment time. I just want to frame the discussion right now for everybody so that we're absolutely clear on what we're doing. The HRC has two significant pieces of core work it does, which is in the grant process and providing recommendations to the City Council. One is led by HUD regulations, and that goes to the planning office. That's a CDBG, which we will hear first. And the second is the HISRAP grant package, which is led through the purchasing office and follows the purchasing procedures of the city. I'll just give a couple of quick formatting notices to this. I'm going to ask that the necessary parties will make their presentations on the recommendations for it. At that point, we will have questions from commissioners. We will start with one round robin of 2 minutes. And if we need to ask more questions, we will continue in that format of round robin to give people, the commissioners, opportunities to ask the questions they need to ask. We will go to oral communications, and that will be the opportunity for the public and grantees to speak. And at that point, we will have a discussion and consideration, and then we will move to votes on the recommendation. In order to expedite everybody's time, I want us to make sure that we're staying in process and that everybody has a fair time to speak. So right now, I would like to turn over the CDBG. I would like to go to our first business, which is the recommendation to City Council for the CDBG grant. I know we had Aram, who has been working on this, and Valerie, Commissioner Stinger, and Commissioner Theriault also working on this. So we'd love to hear the report from you guys.
I just shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Aram Makbool, and I oversee the CDBG program for the Department of Planning and Development Services. We are here tonight to present our draft annual action plan for the Commission's review and the associated project funding recommendations. I've just prepared a brief presentation to provide an overview of the CDBG funding process. So the City of Palo Alto receives funds annually from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development under the Community Development Block Grant, commonly known as the CDBG grant. It is the federal principal grant that provides grants to improve physical, economic, and social conditions, primarily for persons of low and very low income residents of the community. The activities funded through this grant must meet one of the three national objectives. The number one objective is to benefit low or very low income persons. Number two is aid in prevention or eliminations of slums or blight. And number three is meet other community needs that are particularly urgent for the low income community. All the funding applications under review tonight meet the first national objective, which is to benefit low and very low income persons of the community. So as part of the CDBG program, HUD requires the grantees, which is the city of Palo Alto, to prepare a 5-year consolidated plan to address priority housing and community development needs and to set goals for attaining those objectives. So the council adopted the Palo Alto Consolidated Plan was adopted by the City Council on June 15th of last year. And the implementation of the consolidated plan is reflected in the annual action plan that is prepared every year.
Aram, if I may interject, so what we're seeing on the screen is your speaking notes as well. I'm not sure if you wanted to do the version where we just see your PowerPoint a little bit bigger.
How do I do that? Can you guide me, Minka?
I don't know if I can guide you third party because I usually do it when it's on two screens. If someone else can.
So I think Aram, if you only have your laptop, I don't think there's a way for you to split it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Claire. I know because I usually am working with my two screens.
Okay, let me just, how is this now?
It's fine if we see your speaking notes. I just wanted to let you know that.
But the screen size is small. Let me just try doing something. I just actually have my laptop, so.
That's understandable.
Okay, so I was, okay, share. From beginning. So, okay.
That's great. Now we just see your screen, but I'm hoping you're still able to see your talking points.
I can, but that's fine. Yeah.
Well, so, I mean, I want to do what's best for you. So if it's best for you to see your talking notes, feel free to go back.
No, I think that's totally fine. Yeah. So so we were at the so 5-year consolidated plan was adopted by the council on June 15th of 2020, and through the consolidated plan, we get the goals that we have to implement in the next 5 years. And the goals are implemented through the adoption of the annual action plan, which we submit to HUD annually. So the 5 goals in the Palo Alto consolidated plans are number 1, of course, is affordable housing. Number 2 is homelessness. Number 3 is community services and public improvement. Number 4 is fair housing. And number 5 is economic development. So all the applications that we receive in the next 5 years should meet either of these 5 goals. So there are 5 funding categories, 5 eligible funding categories as per HUD regulations: public services, planning and administration, economic development, public facilities improvement, and housing rehab. So for the public services and planning administration, there is a spending cap placed by HUD through HUD regulations. There's a 15% cap on public services and a 20% cap on planning and administration. The rest of the 3 categories are uncapped. So we can, I mean, any amount of funding can be recommended for these 3 categories. Next, do it. So on March 2nd, the HUD notified the city of its annual grant, which is approximately 528K. So the way we prepare our budget is we take the annual grant, which I just mentioned is 528K, and then we add the estimated program income that we receive from the projects that we have funded in the past. affordable housing projects. So the estimated program income would be around 136K, and the prior year we also reallocate the money from the prior years that we have not used, so which is approximately $73,000. So the total available to allocate this year is approximately 738K. So under the public service we met with the selection committee on March 1st, and as I mentioned earlier, we were notified of our grant on March 2nd, one day after the meeting. So the selection committee provided the funding recommendations as well as its contingency plan. So we have received $78,000 more than what we were expecting. So we have adjusted the recommendations based on the contingency plan recommended by the selection committee. So under the public service categories, there were 5 applicants: Catholic Charities, Life Moves, Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, Downtown Streets Team for their food closet program, and Palo Alto Housing Corp. So the funding recommendations from the selection committee is. For Catholic Charities, the selection committee recommended to fully fund them at $10,000. For Life Moves, it's approximately $31,000. For Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, it's approximately $14K. For Palo Alto Housing Corp's $24K, and for Downtown Streets Team Food Closet program, there's no funding recommended for that program. Under the planning and administration category, we have 1 applicant, Project Sentinel. The other applicant is the city itself. The city does not have to apply for this grant, but as per HUD regulations, the city can keep 20%, which is $133K for the administration of the program. But we include Project Sentinel in this category, although Project Sentinel also qualifies under public service category. So what the other neighboring jurisdictions do is they provide Project Sentinel this funding under the public services category and keep the full 133K to administer the program, but we are including Project Sentinel in this category. So the selection committee has fully recommended to fully fund Project Sentinel at $33,698. And for the city of Palo Alto, for the administration of this program, the selection committee has recommended $99,000. Again, under the economic development, housing rehabilitation, public facilities, there are no spending cap. Downtown Streets Team for their workforce development program, Rebuilding Together, and Ravenswood Family Health Network, they have applied under this category, and the selection committee's recommendation can be seen on the screen. For Downtown Streets Team Workforce Development Program, the selection committee has recommended $160K. For Rebuilding Together, the selection committee has recommended to fully fund them at $65,340. And for Ravenswood Family Health Network, the applicant is requesting money for the construction of an ADA compliant ramp at their Mayview Clinic at 270 Grant Avenue. So for this project, the selection committee has recommended $300,000. So this is the timeline after tonight's meeting. We are going to incorporate the HRC's funding recommendations into the annual action plan. The annual action plan actually contains the projects that we are going to fund this year. And then we are going to circulate the annual action plan for a 30-day public comment period starting March 15th. And the comment period will conclude on April 16th. After the conclusion of the public comment period, the HRC's recommendation will be presented to the City Council for adoption, which is on May 3rd. And after the City Council adopted our annual action plan, we are going to submit our annual action plan to HUD by the May 15th deadline. So this was my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. And my manager, Claire Campbell, is also attending the meeting. So please.
All right. Thank you so much, Aram, for that thorough report. We will start at the top of the alphabet for our commissioners. We'll each have 2 minutes. Commissioner Duterial.
Is this for asking questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I thought that it would be the other commissioners who weren't part of the selection committee. Is that not right?
Yeah, if you have a comment since you're part of the selection committee, but let me go to Commissioner Gare.
I guess my question would be to hear from the other two commissioners that were on I mean, I would like to hear the commissioners, I mean, Singer and Commissioner Sunita, to see what their, I'd like to hear from them about how they decided these things before I start asking the staff, because then they might have answers. I mean, I'd like to hear from them how they came to the conclusion, but if that's not the process, I'll just.
Well, I mean, you can ask the question to anybody in the selection committee that's here. So, and any of them can answer it if they choose.
Okay, I guess it could be to Sunita or Valerie or to both. I was just wondering about how you came to your conclusions about, for example, all your budgeting. Can you just, I mean, I know that's a general question, but I'd like I wasn't part of the meeting and we can't talk about it. So I'd like to know before I make a decision about their perspective.
If this helps, I think this is what you're asking. We each approached it separately and then came together. In my look, I looked at an overriding principle that their tangible services were provided to the most number of Palo Alto residents. So there was the most, in this climate, the most concrete things that would help through a COVID situation to the most people. I also considered that in some instances, such as Catholic Charities, it's a vote of confidence. So it helps the organization seek funding from other cities and municipalities. And so that was a factor I took into account. And then I looked at the ability to complete a chunk of work so that we weren't disabling unnecessarily or unmeaning without intent a program. And then I looked at what would happen if we just did a 60% across the board cut and what that meant. I tried to be conscious of prior year funding and this year, particularly the quality of the application. And I also looked at the use of volunteers and collaborative partnerships. In lack of funding, could they replace that with effective use of volunteers? And did they reflect that in their application? So those were the factors that I looked at. I tried 3 or 4 scenarios and came up with slightly different amounts, but basically the same proportionality. And that was my foundation for my thinking.
I can speak to my process as well. This was my first year, so I went through all of the different applicants and grants and looked for clarity in what they were intending to do, how they were going to do it, and then how they responded to questions of various sort of bureaucratic, logistic, sort of administrative things. And based on that and the thoroughness and completeness of their applications, then we basically tried to look at how we were going to allot very limited funding to a lot of big asks. So that was my rough process.
Okay, thank you.
So my question, I guess.
We'll cycle around. I want to give everybody 2 minutes. So we'll come back around to the next round.
But I didn't ask any questions except about the process. I mean, go ahead. I could just wait.
Commissioner Savage?
Yeah, well, it sounds like a lot of thought and time went into all of these decisions. I have no questions at this point.
My question to the group is, I noticed that there was a cut of, can we put up the funding numbers one more time, Erin?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to start, I'll start with the second slide that had downtown street teams at 336 in next slide.
This one?
Yes. So I'm interested in why the cut to downtown street teams. And yes, I just sort of want to understand that cut, and I want to understand it in this reflection of this group. Anybody can answer it because you guys voted on this before you made the recommendations, right?
Is this a question for me, Chair?
Yes, you can answer it.
Yeah. So for downtown streets team, I think the main reason was because we have a capital improvement project, the Ravenswood Family Health Network. This clinic is not opening because they need a ramp. And this is only one-time ask. Downtown streets team is our regular applicant. So because of the limited availability of the fund, we wanted to, I think the selection committee and the staff wanted to prioritize funding for a very critical program that's responding to the COVID-19 pandemic.
So they won't. So Ravenswood wouldn't be able to open without this fund.
Without these funds, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Regier.
I guess my question is twofold. One is, after listening to, I mean, Tom DuBois, the mayor, put out a statement about how many organizations are helping with the people that are living on the streets and in the cars. And he seems to be putting a lot of energy, I mean, like expecting for the Opportunity Center and downtown streets to happen. So I'm wondering why there was no money given to the food program from downtown streets. That's one. And the other thing I'm wondering, I remember being on another foundation where I think it was the emergency funds, where Ravenswood and family said they couldn't open up until they got the certain COVID screening. And we gave them that because that's what they are saying. And it seems to me, my question is, did they say that they were looking for other construction workers to see? I mean, they asked for $400,000 for a ramp, which they have a ramp already. And they also asked to open up a door, but that seems awfully expensive for one ramp, especially from an organization. And I just worry that we're putting a lot of money into nonprofits to help the poor, and the poor aren't actually getting, they're not even getting any organizations that are helping them distribute food. And that's what one of the applications was. So that my question is, did Ravenswood put out lots of bids for the price of the ramp? And you said they couldn't open, but that was their reasoning why we needed to give the money for the COVID protection shields and a new desk.
So about the bid, and we have to follow the HUD regulations on the bid. So the agency who's applying for funding and for the capital improvement project, they have to receive a pre-estimate. They cannot start bidding until the contract is signed. So that's one point, and that's HUD regulation. So we cannot do anything about the regulations. So they got a pre-estimate, and this is what the estimate was coming out at. And the current ramp that they have, it's not ADA compliant. So we have to make sure that it's ADA compliant, number one, and then they are adding another, they're widening the ramp. So it's like two-way ramps, not just one way. So, I mean, there is currently a ramp, you're right, but then it's not ADA compliant, and they also have to be a bit widened because of the COVID pandemic. So they have to address that too.
Okay.
And then you're asking, and then my next question is, because I look at Rebuilding Together, and they got 60, and their whole thing is helping people be able to stay in their home, and you're giving them exactly, which is wonderful, but that's really helping poor people that live in their housing, and they might need ramps too. And I'm just concerned that we're putting a lot of money into one organization that has millions in their savings that they could, and not helping actual people in our community that don't have the money.
So
I mean, was that any consideration? I mean, Ravenswood has millions in their savings. So I'm asking, I mean, was that a consideration of?
Can I say one thing? With regulations, unless every applicant shows all of the statistics in their books, we can't judge one applicant on other information that every applicant isn't judged on. It doesn't allow for the grant to be
Well,
fair.
I've been on, so my question, I guess, is for all of them. We know that we're not giving any money. I was wondering what the rationale for not giving any money to the food bank
For the
downtown street, especially when the city is really saying they're one of the few. I'd like to hear from the Valerie Singer and or Sunita.
Well, can I say one thing?
Huh?
I just want to be clear on the process for the public that's watching. And Valerie, Aram, or Sunita, was there a vote on your subcommittee about how these allocations should go? Was there a vote?
No.
Actually, we came to an agreement. It was a consensus building.
So
We never- we didn't make a-
everybody came to a consensus, and you all agreed on it. So it's not an indivisible thing. It's a agreed on agreement by all parties.
We came to 100% agreement.
Okay.
Okay, so because my other concern is that the city of Palo Alto asked for 90,000 and you gave them more than they asked. And other people asked and they didn't get anything that are serving really actually the poor. And I'm just wondering how.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggiero.
No, I want that answered. I want that answered. Why are we giving the city of Palo Alto $10,000, almost $9,000?
Staff, can we mute all microphones, please?
Okay, then I'm leaving. If my question can't be answered, Coloma.
I can
This is
answer
an
that.
important question. Why are we giving this? I mean, I'm not trying to get angry. I'm just asking, what is the decision of giving the city $10,000 more that they asked, and we're giving poor people not enough money to have food?
Because Commissioner Ruggiero, I was very clear when I started that I said that each commissioner would have 2 minutes. They can ask a question. We can go around and round robin as many times as we like, but out of courtesy for the process and the other commissioners, once we've gone and asked our question, we can move to the next commissioner and move through the process. I don't have a problem with you asking a question. There isn't a problem with asking a question, but there is a problem when we come to when we lay out the process of the meeting and we ask people to follow that process and we don't follow it because it's not fair to the other commissioners. If they don't want to have their time and you want to ask a question, that's fine. But ask the questions, let the people answer, then let the next commissioner ask their question and then let them answer. And that's the process of the meeting. And nobody's trying to cut
So
anything off.
I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a timing. I didn't realize that. I don't see the time.
I did say that.
No, but I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see that my time was up before I asked the question. So maybe you could give us a heads up before we ask a question, then we're asked to be muted.
Yes.
So what I might suggest is once we get to the next person, that maybe I will be the timer, because it's hard to lead the meeting and be the timer as well. So I'm happy to be that function. So then I will let people know when their time is up. Is that agreeable to the commissioners?
Perfect.
That's agreeable to the chair, yes. All right, Commissioner Savage.
Well, I just have a comment. Again, to reiterate, I mean, there are limited funds, and I think, those in charge did what they could do to, fund the organizations. But I do have a concern regarding downtown streets. They got only half of their request on one part and 0 of the request on the other. And I know with his rep funding, there is a recommendation to give them some funds, but I just hope this doesn't mean the demise of the organization. It's just a concern, nothing more can be said about it, but it's a great organization. They've had some missteps in the past. I think they've corrected them, and I just hope they're able to survive.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, Aaron.
I wanted to actually explain the food closet cut. So the food closet is the staff that work on the food closet is the same staff that work on the workforce development program. So that's number one. So, I mean, they are getting 160K out of the workforce development program. Number two is the food supplies they receive from Second Harvest. So they are still going to receive that. Number three is the volunteers that work on the food closet, and Minka can correct me if I'm wrong, they are getting stipend from the HISRAP funding. So they have resources and they are getting funding one way or the other from the CDBG funds, because the same staff is going to work on the food closet, which is working on the workforce development program.
As far as the stipends, through the Emerging Needs Fund, they were getting stipends for the food closet. I'm not sure if those are totally expended at this time, but not through a HISRAP grant are they receiving stipends for the staff, the team members that are working at the food closet. So they got a $10,000 grant in the spring. So if that isn't all expended yet, that could be the case, but it's not part of their regular, their current HISRAP contract.
All right, so there are some other sources of funding, it sounds like. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the city funding slide? Aaron? Okay, so Commissioner Regier does bring up a good point.
If we can explain that, maybe.
Yes, if we can explain, because usually in a grant process, you grant up to the request, you don't grant above. So to have a 10%, that's more like a 12% increase over what was requested seems significant.
So, Commissioner Valerie, are you going to explain or do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead, Aaron. I'm sure it's the same. We've talked about this before. Go ahead.
So as far as the about your comment that we are getting more than we have requested, this has happened in the past too with other agencies. If we have more funds available, we can give them more. So for the $99,000 in the past, when we have a shortfall, we used to have general funds available, but because of the several budget deficits that the city is facing, I explained the commissioners our situation, and even this $99,000 is not enough because there are so many other departments working on the CDBG program, and only a certain part of administration is going out from this $99,000. So the city is already leveraging this program, but because of the budget deficits, this time the commissioners made a decision to increase the funding.
So you're still running in the red, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And if I can complement that by saying we really have our hands tied. It's not that we could then take the overrun and put it into another area. We have to leave it in planning and administration. And rather than leave the $9,304 on the table, we wanted it to be used by the city. And we realized that the consulting that the city does with the agencies is partly to help them satisfy HUD grants, but it also improves the functioning of the agencies. So it benefits the grantees as well as the administration.
I wanted to add that if I may complement that, when we were meeting and talking about how to fund, we had different numbers and we had to have a contingency plan as to what we would do if there was more or less. And originally, if I remember correctly, correct me, Valerie and Aaron, if I'm wrong, but I remember that we had to make a choice to underfund, and then we had to, because we didn't have that amount that you see right now on the screen. And so we had to talk about what do we do if more money comes through or less money comes through? Who do we cut further and who do we increase funding to? So what happened is that we were not fully funded, the city of Palo Alto is my memory. Yeah. And then when we got the final numbers, we were able to fully fund both Project Sentinel and then go above with the city of Palo Alto. And we had made that decision as a contingency plan. And if I'm, well, so maybe I'm waiting for, I was going to start to answer some of Patty's question and move to another slide, but Did we finish with that particular point?
We're not. I was going to move the questions to Commissioner Gear.
Sunita didn't get her time to ask questions though, at all.
I was part of the selection committee, so I don't really have a lot of questions, but I wanted to point to, actually, Erin, would you mind moving to the slide where we see the food closet and the other, that category? So again, and please, Commissioner Stinger or Erin, please step in if my memory is incorrect and I'm remembering wrong. But we, again, when we were funding all of these different organizations, we had way more asks than we had funding for. The numbers that we had were way lower. And so we really had to look at the applications, look at who were providing complete and clear and thorough applications. An application can be complete and not very clear. There were times where questions were answered in a very unclear way or a very vague way that, for me, from my experience in writing grants back in my science days, felt like it, unclear and not answering the question is practically incomplete. So when we first allocated funds with the lower amounts that we had, there were zeros. There was a Catholic Charities as well was one that we had decided. It was a very hard decision, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And we made a bunch of hard decisions, and we had a contingency plan as to if we get more funding, then how do we continue and fill things in. And specifically, since this is coming up, there's many issues around the, questions around the food closet. The application there were a lot of questions that were answered in a way that were quite unclear and left us wondering, exactly how is this money being spent? My memory, and again, please step in if I'm getting this wrong, but in the implementation section, there were 4 points. And there was money for volunteers. Well, so there was 4 points that they were trying to accomplish. So volunteers, PPE, getting the food, and which my understanding is most of it comes from Second Harvest. If there's stuff missing, staples, then that gets purchased. And then make sure that they're serving the clients. And it wasn't clear in looking at many of these questions exactly how the funds were being spent, given all of this sort of structure that's there in terms of volunteers and food coming from Second Harvest. I don't know if you want to add to that, Valerie and Aram, but there were many weaknesses to the application from my point of view. That's how I read it. And there was a lot of lack of clarity and some vague answers, as well as some answers that actually, from my point of view, lacked content in terms of actually answering how will the funds be overseen? What is your plan for, what's the chain of command, and how will you make sure you're spending in the right categories? I found many of those answers were very vague and didn't instill confidence in me that these funds are going to be used in a thoughtful way.
So just to be clear, Aram, Commissioner Stinger, and Commissioner Teria, you are basing these decisions on what was on the paper in front of you.
Correct.
Yes.
And it lacked.
And so you can only base what they give you on the paper for the future funding.
That's correct.
Yes. And I would add to that especially for me coming in with fresh eyes, because I haven't done this process before, and I'm, I have not been looking at organizations from an HRC point of view because I just joined. I've been experiencing Downtown Streets team as a citizen, not knowing much at all about it. So I really was looking at, I understand that there's been some trouble in the past and there's been some corrections, and I don't actually know much about all of those issues. But for me, from the point of view of just looking at the substance of the application, how it was filled out, how thoughtful it was, how vague it was, how unclear it was, this was, I came in with the recommendation of how we should be serving all these organizations based on their applications, based on their alternative funding, based on the various things that we were asked to look at when assessing these different grants. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you, Commissioner Teria. Commissioner Regier?
I guess my question, once again, I think that we have a lot of nonprofits that are supposed to be serving the poor and blight. And my question, when I'm looking at the food bank, I mean, one of the things that they're saying is they're going to door delivering the food. And that is kind of a vague, I mean, that was in their application. And when I was looking at the efficiency that it's not been shown, like when you went through all of them, Aram, and when that was applied to us about how effective people were, because that was on another thing that we were given. Project Sentinel, it seemed like that was purely management of keeping track of their tracking, not actually giving, it was just basically keeping track. Wasn't it just, they're not really giving anything out to the public, they're just tracking what, they're being the ears in some ways. And I can't remember, you didn't show that slide, but the slide that we were given was showing how effective, when you were interviewing everyone, how effective they were in their, I don't know where that slide is. But what we were given as commissioners when you evaluate the evaluations.
You're talking, it was sent to us on Friday, March 5th.
Right. That is part of the packet. And I think that's important for the public to see how you evaluated them in the project, and because they scored pretty low.
The semi-annual performance measures.
It wasn't really bad, but I'm just.
No, I think.
And I don't see who's evaluating the city. Who is evaluating you guys?
I mean, we are receiving this grant annually, so the HUD evaluates us. We have to submit our year-end performance report in September to HUD, and then we receive a notification letter of how we are doing and if we have the capacity to run this program. So the reason that we are getting this grant shows that we are capable and we are doing our job.
And so my next question, I guess, is can you put that slide up though? The one that showed how you, that we were shown, so people can see your evaluation of all of those? Is that?
So I don't think that was part of the slide. It was part of the packet, maybe the evaluation criteria.
Right.
Can you bring up the packet,
Sorry, Claire. Yeah.
Can you bring up the packet on the screen?
Let me just see if I can do that.
Because when you're saying serving the poor, it seems like that, and especially listening to what our direction from the mayor was about homeless and stuff, it seems like he really looking out for certain organizations. And I know you guys didn't see that before you made the recommendation, but I'm concerned that we're jumping, and then the mayor has asked certain organizations to step up. And I know I'm just trying to give a holistic approach to this, because they didn't get to see that. And I'm just hoping that when we're evaluating this again and looking at it, which we do have to approve it, is that we consider what the mayor has asked certain organizations to do. And
okay. I think one of the challenges that we have.
I don't think people could see the goals achieved.
Percentage of goal achieved. Can you scroll down, Aram?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
The little black arrow, you can close out that panel. Down below in the middle.
Right
here.
The
word enhance there, sorry.
Because when you look at that, and when I was looking at the budget, I guess that's my concern, is that some of the organizations that actually scored higher than, but not.
So this, I think one of the questions I would ask at this time is the time period that this is rating. And have we gone through Commissioner Regere's time? Because I need to actually Commissioner Savage and then come back to me.
Am I done? Or Minka, did you time me? Am
Yes,
I done?
I did time you, but I was just allowing for answers. So I was being a little gracious with the
Thank
time,
you.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Regere.
so we haven't had any answers.
So
But haven't been answered.
Could I
I'm-
ask for a clarification of the question, please?
The question is looking at the goals achieved and the money that we've given. You know, I'm just wondering. I mean, Project Signal was 53%, but all they're doing is keeping track of things. They're not really, and Life Moves has 136%, and they were really serving, and 24% was downtown streets.
So,
And
so
Catholic Charities, you know, and the city of Palo Alto's not up there. I mean, I'm just saying, we gave city of Palo, and I'm just concerned that we're giving money to organizations that really.
So I have a question on this point. It's hard to judge a housing organization during the middle of a rent moratorium and a COVID for a 6-month period. In the middle of a pandemic, that there is no activity that really can be done in that space. I personally would be challenged to make a decision on something like a Project Sentinel versus another project, given the peculiarities of the time period that's being described here. June to December 2020 is definitely right in the middle of the pandemic. And you know, their goal is fair housing activity. If we're in the middle of a rent moratorium, if we're in the middle of an eviction moratorium, people are moved to XYZ, I don't know if it's fair to judge them on the goals in this period. Just that's my third party look at it. But you know,
That was very.
I don't know if that.
I would just say, to speak as the overseer of the HISRAP program, when we looked at their year-end goals and their mid-year goals, there was some graciousness on our part, looking at the goals achieved, looking how they had a need to pivot their services during the middle of the pandemic, and kind of looking at them when we went to go virtually visit them as a whole of what their organization tried to do for people in need during the pandemic. So that's kind of a little nuance on how we looked at that. I'm sure, you know, I'm not going to speak for Aram. Aram can speak on that, but that there was some graciousness and some understanding of how programs pivoted, how what might have been on their scope of services was different than what people actually needed at the time that COVID hit.
I guess that my question
was,
is like, because when you're saying that Food Closet got $10,000 from, because I remember I was on that committee for the emergency fund, and we don't know if they have any left over, but that was during COVID and they were giving out food, and yet they have a 14% goal achievement. And
I think Aram can speak to that of the, you know, yeah, I'll let Aram speak to that.
For the downtown street team food closet, the 14% is we are counting people that they are delivering groceries to, not the people who are being served at the food closet. So that's why, I mean, and the HUD regulations require us to not count one person 2 times, even though they are serving the same persons over and over again. So that is why the percentage is low, but the decision was based on the resources that they already have to run this program, not because of the way they are performing. It was, they have second harvest, they have from the workforce development program, they are getting funding for the staff who's going to work. So the decision for the food closet was based on those criteria.
okay, thank you.
And we certainly, I just wanted to comment that we gave license to the variation of percentage of goals achieved in this climate. But given that Catholic Charities, even at its low percent, was the clearest on why they couldn't meet their goals. They serve the senior residents by visiting. And this was a time when they couldn't visit. So they would try to see people at windows, or they had to do their work by phone calls.
Mhm.
So they did not make their achievement. They did not achieve their goal, but they explained it in a way that was defendable.
And
we-
similarly for Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, their percentage of goal achieved is 14%, but they are serving the disabled population, and they had a hard time in transferring to the virtual workshops from where they get the client. So we have to also see that this was a very unusual year because we have to consider that too when we are making funding recommendations.
Okay, so commissioners, do we have any other questions, knowing that we will have a period to present recommendations and vote? I would like to move to public comment at this point if there aren't any other questions. All right, if you would like to make a public comment at this time, we ask that you raise your hands.
I will wait till Mary gets it on the screen and then I will move to public comments, Chair.
Thank you. The public will have a similar limitation to the commissioners, which we were trying to get 2 minutes in, so that both public and commissioners have the same amount of time.
Okay, looks like Mary is ready. I see 3 hands at this time. The first one is Aram James to be followed by Hale, and then to be followed by Sherry Burns. So Aram, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
So a couple of questions. I'm wondering if you were able to break down with the grants that you're considering, what percent actually goes to the clients that the program claims to be serving, and what percentage goes to administrative salaries. Also, the city of Palo Alto, from sitting in last night and several different times on the push to have safe parking programs approved at the churches, and we've yet to have one. The formal program's been now a year and 3 months without approving one church. Why not give that $99,000, split it up among the churches that are trying to provide such a fundamental service, rather than the city of Palo Alto that just spent, is spending $115 million on an arguably not necessary new public safety building. Secondly, on December 10th, I wrote a piece, and I sent it to you just a few minutes ago again. The city council decided to extend Downtown Streets contract. Downtown Streets was looking for 3 years. They extended it only once because there's still an unresolved sexual harassment claim. And Owen Birds, who was the chair of the board, or executive director of the board, refused to release the 44-page report that wasn't even done by an independent expert. So I'm wondering if you all realize that the city council was very concerned, and as a result didn't give them full funding, and whether, as much as we love Downtown Streets, it also sounds from one of your commissioners' comments that there still seems to be a problem even in their grant writing requests. So that's one that befuddles me a bit. And then I think that's within my 2 minutes. So those would be questions. If you wanted to answer, I'd be delighted to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. The next person to speak is Hale. Hale, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. I'm from Peninsula Healthcare Connection. I'm the medical director for that clinic, which is next to the Opportunity Center. And I just wanted to thank actually the city of Palo Alto for funding some of the services so we're able to serve the homeless community. And there is going to be funding coming up for the street or backpack medicine. We have been going out to the shelters to test people, and once we get the vaccine, hopefully we can even vaccinate. So thank you for that. I know the COVID pandemic has been obviously a difficult time, but it brings a lot of people together, and the support has been helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sherry Burns. I noticed if you want to speak during CDBG, you would need to raise your hand now. Otherwise, Sherry will be the last speaker. So Sherry, go ahead, please.
Thank you, commissioners and staff of Palo Alto City. Sherry Burns, the Executive Director of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. And I want to thank you for your long-standing support of the work that we do within the city of Palo Alto for some of the most low-income, vulnerable residents with disabilities and older adults with chronic health conditions. Our program, the Housing and Emergency Services for Persons with Disabilities, will provide Palo Alto residents with one or more of the following housing services: guidance, group workshops, one-on-one counseling, independent living skills training, peer support, advocacy assistance, deposit and rent assistance, and referrals for housing and critical emergency information and referral services. We never charge for any of our services, either to our consumers or to members of the community. We appreciate the opportunity as soon as the pandemic ends to be able to pivot back to providing in-person workshops in the Opportunity Center. We've had a long-standing monthly workshops on housing search, credit repair, how to apply for applications that become available. We provide the assistance for filling out applications, how to present oneself for an interview, all of those essential components for a housing search. And we've been having to do those virtually with twice-a-week workshops over the past year. Also loaning out Chromebooks to anybody who needs them for accessing those workshops. But we also are looking forward to, as soon as enough people get vaccinated, that we can get back to providing in-person workshops within the city of Palo Alto at the Opportunity Center. And again, thank you very much for your support and your partnership with SVILC.
Thank you, Sherry. I have been made aware that the phone caller ending in 515 wants to speak, but is having some challenges with the raised hand. So go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please. You might need to unmute on your end.
This is Eileen Richardson with Downtown Streets team. I wanted to speak with you all to let you know that we want to be in Palo Alto for the long term, and we have had the worst year in our 16-year history, not only with the pandemic and allegations, but I've been battling cancer since July, and unfortunately, it really has shown up in different ways throughout our agency. I'm proud to say that today was my last chemo treatment, and things look very good. So there's been this perfect storm at our agency that we are committed to work through. Palo Alto is our founding city. We love it. I raised my family there. And we are working with city management, in particular the CPO, who is working directly with the city manager and city attorney to get a package of documentation together so that you can see what policies and procedures we have in place. Some of them would vie with some of the biggest corporations in the Silicon Valley. And we're very, very proud of the work that we have done there over the years. Much of that work has been done even before these allegations popped up. So we did have a very wonderful call with the amazing chief people officer at the city, and we're in agreement that HR investigations are not made public, and in this case, anything that we would release would be made public, and that's just not something that's done across the board with HR. So we're working around that by getting you all the documentation of how our agency is run today. And with that, I want to say thank you so much for all your support over the years. We're going to probably scale down a little bit. Have to in Palo Alto, but we will make it a priority that we don't have anybody leave our team. We'll have to probably cut staff, and then we'll be back bigger and stronger next year than ever.
Thank you, Eileen. The next speaker is Logan Mcdonald. Logan, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. As you said, my name is Logan Mcdonald. I'm the Senior Director for Santa Clara County for Downtown Streets team. I want to just say that I sincerely apologize on behalf of the whole organization, just because the application came out the way it did. Prior to COVID, we had a lot of checks and balances, and we made sure that we got you the best application that we could possibly give you year after year. This year, because of the pandemic, some of those procedures were compromised due to Eileen's illness that she just described. There was a piece of that as well. So I just want to say, regardless of the reasoning, as there's no excuse. And we sincerely apologize. And we really want to just thank you for your time and for your partnership and all the commitment that you've given to Downtown Streets team over the years. We can't thank you enough. And I know it took a lot of time to review the application as well. So thank you. And yes, that's it for me.
Thank you, Logan. The next speaker is Ursula. Ursula, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes. Ursula, I think you need to unmute on your end.
I apologize. Thank you. Yes, my name is Ursula. I am Communications and Development Manager from CASI. CASI is Counseling and Support Services for Youth. I'm here today just to give our thanks for all your support. For those of you who don't know who we are a nonprofit agency. We have been here since 2009. We are 70 therapists who support our public schools with free mental health services. We have our therapists available at many public schools, all the way from Redwood City down to Los Gatos. And the past year, we have been challenged with the pandemic, as many of us have. We had to transfer into telehealth, and our therapists are now very grateful to go back into meeting our children again. And we just wanted to express our greatest thank you for supporting us over the years, and we're just very grateful. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else.
I don't see anyone else. We'll go back to the discussion.
All right. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion on the recommendations from this subcommittee. I just want to say to the public, so that you understand the level of work that goes into these recommendations and these discussions. I want to thank Commissioner Tyrrell and Vice Chair Stinger for over 8 hours of in-person meetings and reading a binder about this thick of grant applications and taking it seriously, because this is truly, truly hard work. So we are grateful. Commissioner Tyrrell, you have your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple points. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I hope you were done.
Oh, no, go ahead.
This came up in public comments, but also came up with various commissioners. I think that I want to reiterate that the funding for the city of Palo Alto, as I understood it, this was discussed. There's no application for it. It's just, this is the amount that's needed each year in order to do all of the oversight and all of the work and all of the preparation and understanding if all of, before we even got the large packet that the chair just showed us, it had to be reviewed for completeness, and all kinds of things have to happen in the background. So I just want to point out that this is not gratuitous money. This is money that is going so that we have a functional system of volunteers, being the HRC volunteers, as well as a paid staff member, to be able to oversee all these programs and make sure that we have all our I's dotted and our T's crossed so we can continue to get funding. So I just wanted to make that point. And in the other thing that is hard to express during this short period of time is that we went into deep discussions about all of these organizations, and Aram has a lot of knowledge and working experience with all of these organizations and was able to fill in a lot of blanks and help us understand what do these organizations actually do. And so questions we had that were sometimes similar to your questions, we posed because we wondered some of the similar things. And so we were really able to get a sense of the working relationship, what's happening on the ground, because Aram had that information for us. So that all informed our decisions in terms of how funding was allocated. And then the last thing I would say is that, again, there was a contingency plan. The city was underfunded, and then we decided that if we got more money, we wanted to additionally fund the city of Palo Alto, because during our discussions, many things came up, creative ideas about how these different organizations might be able to do better, or how if Aram had a little, not Aram, but like if there was more time for her to be able to be creative, some of the thoughts that we had that would better serve the needs of all of these communities that we're talking about were just not possible because of the limited funding to the city. And so that's why in our contingency plan, which we didn't really speak about because I guess the money came through, we were willing to put more money towards the city of Palo Alto because we felt that that would in the longer term really benefit all of the programs and all of the funding that we're talking about tonight. So I wanted to give a little bit more clarity into the process of how, how this all happened and how we came to these decisions. We can't explain everything tonight, but hopefully that clarifies a little bit.
Okay. All right. And I just, if I remember this correctly, I just want to clarify one thing. HUD regulation sets aside a certain amount for administration of the program.
Yeah, correct. That's the full 133K that we can keep.
So we don't use the full administration amount, is that correct?
That's correct. We are giving part of it to Project Sentinel.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reguer.
Is it time? I guess my question is it time to make a motion, or
Yes,
what do we do?
It is time to make a motion.
Okay, I am concerned about certain allocations. I mean, life moves because of what the mayor has suggested, and once again, so I would make the motion that we give Life Moves, who requested $65,000 and we're giving them 31, which runs a lot of things that are dealing with unhoused. I would suggest we give them $10,000 more. And I don't know, do I need to say where it's coming from, or?
Yes, we can't pull it out of the sky.
No, I meant which organization.
Yes.
Then I say that we take it away from the Ravenswood. Was it Ravenswood?
I have a question for Aram. Before we make this motion, I have a question for Aram. And this is a procedural question. We are limited to the funding in the categories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
By the HUD.
We cannot. Sorry, go ahead.
So basically, whatever, if you're going to pull dollars from something on slide 1, it has to come from another organization on slide 1. So is that correct, Aram?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
so
then my next motion was going to be Rebuilding Together, which is on the same slide. Isn't it the same slide as Ravenswood because it says no cap?
So for Rebuilding Together, you have to understand that we started this Safe at Home program in 2017 and 18. At that time, we provided them $102.50. Rebuilding Together was not the applicant, it was Habitat for Humanity. And we were able to assist only 5 households because there were not a lot of applicants. So this year we are again starting this program, but we want to take it slow. So the agency itself says that they don't want to start with a bigger amount. So this is what their request is. And this is how they want to run the program.
Okay, so I guess my question then, if I'm going to make a motion, so I'm not going to make a motion that they get more money, is for Life Moves. Where would that money come?
Aram, can you please put on the screen the slide with the Life Moves? Thank you.
Of course.
And just so panel, who else? Commissioner Gerson has her hand up. Okay, so this is the public service applicants, which out of the total pool of applications, we only can give $80,000 out of the 101, is that correct? By HUD regulation.
Mhm.
So if you would want to make a recommendation, if you want to make a motion, you would have to make the motion
From there.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, I got it.
Okay.
So I guess I'm not gonna, I'm just trying to figure out because life moves.
So Commissioner Patty, if it helps, we have provided life moves out of our CDBG CB funding, additional $55,000 for the Hotel D Zinc program in December, and then $294,000 for the rental assistance program. And
okay,
yeah, so
thank you. Okay.
All right. Are you?
And they are also, sorry, Chair, they're also being recommended to be fully funded for their request in under CDBG.
Yes,
You mean?
His wrap.
Excuse me, his wrap.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm so glad that we're doing it together. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would entertain I will make a motion that after much the conversation and much digging in, we accept the recommendations of this subcommittee and move it to the next step in the process, which I believe is public comment. Is that correct?
correct, yeah.
So I would like to make the recommendation that we as the HRC move these requests to a public comment period. And Aaron, can you please explain since we have almost 35 people on this call, explain what the public comment section is so everybody can clearly understand what that looks like?
So for the, so starting March 15th, the draft annual action plan, which was part of the HRC packet, it is going to be published online on the CDBG webpage. And if the public have any comments, any concerns about any specific project, they can submit their comments to the CDBG staff. And we are going to address those comments, or if we are not able to address the comments, we are going to submit those comments to HUD.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll make that motion. Can we get, is there anybody willing to second the motion?
I'll second.
We have Commissioner Savage. We will now move this to a vote.
Chair, there needs to be an opportunity for discussion after a second.
Okay. The floor is open for discussion. You know, one thing I think I would like is, is to have our council member, he's been on this call, he's been listening intently, and he has not said anything, but I think it would be great to hear from him right now before we go into a vote. Commissioner.
And Chair, is there anything in particular you'd
No,
like me to
if you have any, whatever thoughts you have, I owe you an apology. I should have asked you to make any comments you would like after public comment. I apologize for that oversight on my part.
Oh, no worries at all. And I don't have any comments to add. I defer to the commission on your recommendation.
Okay. We are now in commission discussion time. Are there any points any commissioners would like to make at this point before we move to a vote? Yes, Commissioner Regier.
I just want to say thank you because last year, it was exactly a year ago when Aram and Commissioner Singer and I and Commissioner Lee did the CBDG grant. And the next day we were in COVID time and we never got to present it to the whole HRC. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the community to be able to see this. And I guess that's my comment, that I'm glad that this year we've gotten it so that people can participate.
And thank you for your questions. they were much needed. So thank you for your input on this. Are we ready for a vote? Commissioner and Vice Chair, did you have something to say?
Yes, I know we're not supposed to respond to public comment, but I think it's only human to say that I wish Eileen Richardson a healthy recovery, and I look forward to her application for proposals in a year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I may interject, Chair, I think what Aram has done by putting the recommendation is just that the HRC knows that this is the recommendation that they're currently going on, because it needs to be, you know, very formal. So she's
So I'm going to repeat.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So I get it just right, Aram. I'm going to get it just right. Provide funding recommendations for the fiscal year 2021 Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Program, and review and recommend approval of the draft fiscal year 2021-22 Annual Action Plan. Can I have a second on that motion, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Regehr. We will now go to votes. Commissioner Theriault?
Do we need to see everybody though? I'm sorry, because I thought we had to see everybody or do something. So,
so Aram, if you could reduce the screen, and then the commissioners will come back on. That is true that they need to be on the screen when they're.
No, you just have to take the letter off the screen, Aram.
I can stop sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. We will ask Commissioner Theriault, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner Regehr, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner Savage?
Aye.
This is the one part you have to come on the screen for Commissioner Savage. I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on.
Perfect.
Aye, thank you. Commissioner Stinger?
Aye.
Chair Smith, aye. Commission, I want to thank you for your work on this subcommittee. I want to thank Aram and Clara and the entire staff at the city. We live in times of limited resources and a lot of hard decisions to make. I also want to join Commissioner Stinger in saying to the entire team at Downtown Street Team, I wish we could base all our decisions on history, but unfortunately, these decisions are based on the current grants and the current applications in place. Our hope is that next year we'll be able to do the funding at the level that you request because of the applications. But we also wish Eileen Richardson, we hope that today is the very last day you ever have to go back for chemotherapy, and we know that you do good work. So thank you so much. All right, we are moving on. Commission, we did that in not record time. Aram, Claire, thank you so much. I'm going to ask commissioners before we dive into another long session. Do you guys feel like a 5-minute bathroom break would be good? Get some water, stretch some legs. We're in agreement. Let's take a break and we will come back in 5 minutes and then we'll dive into his wrap.
Great. Can I remind everyone, if you could turn off your, if you can mute yourself and turn off your cameras during the break, please. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. All right.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes, yes.
do you think you could explain to the public that because of the Brown Act, it's not like this is the first time we've come together as a group to discuss these things, so they understand?
Yep, I definitely will.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a call. Good
I
evening.
don't know if Valerie, Vice Chair Stinger is back.
I'm here, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I just want to, as we move to our next agenda item, just to review sort of the process that we are going to go through. We are going to move on to a significant, another significant funding tranche, which is the Human Services Resource Allocation Process, known as HISRAP, funding for fiscal year 22 and 23. I will give the report on the HISRAP, and we will run it in the same manner. We will do round robin style. You will be able, each commissioner is able to ask 2 minutes of questions, and we'll go around in that cycle. After that, once we've sort of gone through that process as many times as needed, we will go to the public. They will also have 2 minutes. And then we will we will move towards get a discussion and a motion on what was recommended. And then hopefully we will make a recommendation to the Finance Committee. All right. So I was planning to do all of this part. I'm gonna take a deep breath. So this year, because of some unusual circumstances, we had to actually have a higher level of public participation in the front end of the process. Matter of fact, before I start, let me take one step back. Commissioner Gare asked me to explain the Brown Act. The Brown Act is basically legislation in the state of California that basically prevents collusion or vote fixing on a commission, board, or council. So basically, in our commission, no more than 2 people can talk about, I can only talk to one other commissioner about something that is on the agenda. So we can't get 3 people together to set the vote up. So when you hear us deliberating here, it is because this is the first time we're able to have public discussion. We might have applications in front of us, we might have paperwork and some other stuff, but this is the first time we're able to do in-depth deliberation on these matters. So so that everybody understands, it's not like we talked about this in the back and now we're talking about it again. This is our first time as a commission talking about it. So was that the explanation you needed, Commissioner Gare? Thank you. So given some challenges this year, we actually have gone to a format where we have a review committee. We had former HRC Commissioner Mehdi Alciani and community member Betty Beacom, both very familiar with the nonprofit space and Palo Alto community. myself, and staff, which is Minka and Mary, we met for a total of about, I think it was 7.5 to 8 hours of deliberation on top of reading about 600 to 700 pages of applications before we got to the process of actually giving these allocations. One of the things I want to be very clear in my introduction is that the services offered by everybody that applied is valuable. This is not a judgment on the value of the services offered. What we can only do is judge people on the application based against the people in the application pool and based against the limited resources that we have to allocate. So as we went through it, the quality of the application, the clarity of the application, the quality of the statistical data. We had some folks that gave us great national and regional statistical data, but since this fund is very specific to impact on Palo Alto, they didn't give us very specific Palo Alto data. Commissioner Terrial said it earlier. As we went through the process, there were certain dots we just were not able to cross, or some explanations were very vague. And I'm sure that they could have been, sure it could be just an explanation thing, but we can only judge by what is in front of us. So here are the recommended allocations are now presented to full HRC. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 was $549,306. The funding request exceeded the funding available by $500,000. So there was a $250,000 over on ask versus what we could give. After review of all 18 HISRAP proposals, the reviewers decided to recommend the increases to the following organizations, as their proposals were well-written, complete, and in high alignment with the evaluation criteria. Up to 5%, Clara, Senior Adult Legal Services, Health Trust, and Youth Community Services. Up to 10%, Ability Path, Alto Housing, Counseling and Support Services for Youth, Dream Catchers, Ravenswood, Family Health Network. The following organizations and current fiscal year 21 HISRAP grantees did not request any increase in funding. The reviewers felt they submitted quality applications and compelling narratives of needs and expertise in meeting these needs, and are recommended to receive their fiscal year 22 funding allocation, La Comida and Life Moves. The following organization and current fiscal 21 year HISRAP grantees requested an increase in their allocations. However, after review of their proposals, the reviewers felt the proposals provided a strong enough narrative to continue the funding, but not a compelling enough argument to match the requested increases. That would be Adolescent Counseling Service and Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. One proposal from a current HISRAP grantee was incomplete. The reviewers felt that the organization included a strong narrative, which met a priority of need for vulnerable population. Therefore, they're being recommended for a reduced funding allocation, which is Downtown Streets team. Lastly, the reviewers considered the proposals of 4 new applicants. There were 2 proposals that the reviewers felt that did not provide enough community benefit for the amount of funding requested and were not recommended for a funding recommendation. That's Park and Paralyzed Veterans of America. There are also 2 new programs that the reviewers felt were promising in meeting the needs of a vulnerable and underserved Palo Alto population. Commissioner Regier, both of these organizations, I think you will like a lot because they specifically meet the need of those that are homeless in the city. That's the Carrot School Project and the Peninsula Healthcare. Can we pull up the full numbers?
I'm sorry, did you want me to share the screen? Is that
Yes,
it?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mary. I'm going to read off as Mary's pulling up the screen. The following agencies are recommended for HISRAP funding in fiscal year 2023. Ability Path provides support services to people with special needs, such as day center support services, early intervention for children with special needs, childcare for developmentally delayed children, employment services, a creative recreation program, among other services. Adolescents counseling services provide mental health counseling and substance abuse treatments for youth. In addition, the Outlet program, which was specifically the funding was requested for, provide support group counseling, GSA support, and LGBTQ sensitive training services and consultation for staff and students in Palo Alto Unified Secondary. Alto Housing provided an after-school enrichment program for youth who live at their housing site, summer programs, including an entrepreneurial program for middle school students, as well as digital leaders intern program for high school students, and family literacy and financial resiliency program. Counseling and support services for youth, CASI provides comprehensive counseling services to students and families in Palo Alto Unified School District, elementary and secondary schools. Downtown Streets Teams Inc. provides job training, leadership skills development, peer-to-peer outreach efforts, case management, and job opportunities for homeless individuals. Dream Catchers provides free individualized mentoring, academic, and social and emotional support to socioeconomically disadvantaged middle school students. Clara provides comprehensive brief support, crisis intervention, and education to individuals and organizations facing difficult realities of recent loss. Carrot School Project service in Palo Alto includes services and support to families living in recreational vehicles, including school materials and other essential supplies such as PPE, cleaning supplies, gas cards, foods, etc. La Comida de California provides hot meals for senior. The agency provides hot lunches at Stevenson's House, an affordable senior housing complex in South Palo Alto, and at the Masonic Temple in downtown Palo Alto. They've also done a phenomenal job in shifting and meeting needs for meals during this time. Peninsula Healthcare Connections is a medical clinic which provides affordable healthcare to underserved and at-risk community members, particularly individuals experiencing homelessness. They're piloting a backpack program, which I think if it continues, it will be something that will be very beneficial. Senior Adult Legal Assistance provides Palo Alto seniors with specialized legal services, which are accessible and affordable and focus on keeping elder independent and to prevent their abuse, isolation, conservatorship, homelessness, or premature institutionalization. The Health Trust oversees the Meals on Wheels program, which provides nutritious, hot, home-delivered meal and wellness services to food insecure seniors in order to maintain their health and independence. Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired provides no or low-cost vision loss rehabilitation and disability support to individuals who are blind or visually impaired. And WISE in Youth Community Service provides leadership training, service-based learning opportunities, and social emotional wellness for youth in the community. As you can see, we have listed the entire budget as laid out in front of you, so you can see the request this year was for $791,996. We only had $549,306 to give, and we have done our best to be open and fair with this. I'm going to open this up now to questions on, staff, do you have any comments to add to my report?
No, on staff's behalf, I really want to thank the chair and the two other review committee members who could not be here tonight due to previously scheduled family commitments. As we said, this was an unusual year, but I want to thank them for their dedication to reading the applications, for the good and vigorous discussions that you had during the meeting. What I have found usually on these meetings is everybody reads the same thing, but everybody remembers something a little bit different. So if someone says, well, what did they say about that? Someone else remembers what they said. And it's always a good pairing of people together. And I think that's what you saw this time. So I want to thank the reviewers for their time. And I know the chair and myself are here for any questions that commissioners might have.
We'll start with we'll start from the other side of the alphabet this time. So Commissioner Stinger, Vice Chair Stinger, you're first.
And did you want Mary to take down the shared screen?
Has everybody on the commission seen it? Are you comfortable? Okay, we can take it down, please, Mary.
Okay.
You're doing questions now and you'll follow with a round of comments.
Yes, you can do questions or comments. It's your 2 minutes.
Well, I have no questions. I would like to comment that this is just incredibly complex, and I really respect the work that went into this. And I'll call out 2 agencies just as an example, one, because I like them and because I was surprised. I was so prepared to say I would really like to argue for Downtown Streets team. I wish they could have more of an increase, because they are one of the few, dream catchers, one of the few groups that really focuses on middle school students in the way they do. And then the question is, okay, where would it come from? Well, one of the kind of rules that I had been using was that I didn't want to fund new projects, because the projects that we've started need so much help sustaining themselves. So I looked at Carrot's school project, and that is such a well-written, or to me, it was such a well-written application. And it was so interesting and served such an unserved population that I really thought I commend you for breaking the rule and adding an organization to the pool. And I don't really, it's not really a comment on the decisions you made, but just I hope to point those out as examples of, it's so complicated. And I have such respect for a final package, and yet I have to realize that any one thread you pull out is going to tear out a whole scene. And the thought process deserves to be kept intact. Well done.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Commissioner Savage.
What, me, Savage?
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was thrilled to see that 3 organizations got exactly what they asked for, especially in this time of need. That was encouraging. And several other agencies got very nearly what they asked for, also encouraging. I have a question about ADAs. Did they not submit a request?
No, they did not. They let me know ahead of time that they probably would not, but they did not submit a request.
Okay. Well, that's all the comment I have, other than, great job, all of you who participated in this. It was a really difficult job to do, and I think you did the best possible job you could. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguirre.
I just want to say thank you again, but I do have some questions, because looking at some of the applications that they don't have, I mean, I think this comes from the general fund, right? Mika, you're on mute.
I'm muted.
That is correct. It is from the general fund.
And this is to supplement areas that the city can't. I mean, this is kind of so that it's organizations that can't, that supplements what the city needs, right? I mean, isn't that kind of the overall general purpose of?
That's one purpose of it, but it is the philosophy of his rep is to meet the needs of lower income and vulnerable folks, while also looking at the needs of other needs that people have as well.
Right. So I guess my questions are, I have 2. Are you timing me, Mika, so I don't go over?
I am. You're at
Thank
106.
You. Okay. So I guess my questions are a couple of, back to what about the mayor has said, and he did mention Karat in his thing, but he did mention it a small organization he hopes will step up. And I'm thinking since Karat asked for 30,000, I think, and we're only giving them 5,000. I'm concerned that we have hardly any new, this is a new organization, but it's also a need that's not meeting, it's hardly any other organization is doing what they're doing. So that's my one point. My next question is even though I really like La Comidas, they had mentioned that they're not doing any fundraising, even though they put that, and they don't ask for in-kind donations, and we have no idea how many people they serve for low income because they don't ask that. And that's my concern, is that they did say they're not going to be planning on doing any and we don't know how many people they serve for the low income. I mean, and they don't, and so that's my concern about giving them more money when we know exactly that, correct, and that is part of the goal. And then for Cassie, my question is,
your 2 minutes are up. So
okay.
what if you want to? We can answer the first two, and then you can hold yours.
I'll answer the first thing. Finances is not the only thing that makes somebody a vulnerable population. So if there are seniors that need meals and they don't have the ability to either make it, go to the store, pick up groceries, and this is a way that they are being fed, I think they do a great job with that part. The second thing about Karat is that
I'm sorry. My question wasn't whether or not they do a good job. I know they do a good job. I'm not basing it on a good job. My question is we don't know how many low income people they serve, and that was and it's more of a social thing. So that's more of a comment.
But the other point is that part of our matrix is not, there's socioeconomic, but there is also age as part of one of the things that we address with these funds. So it meets that criteria also. The other thing with Karat, if I remember correctly, and Minka, you can help me with this, they have received one tranche of funding from the Emerging Needs Program, is that correct?
That is correct. And just as another one, as was mentioned by Commissioner Dutouré under CDBG, is, and I think the chair mentioned it as well, I think one of the real challenges with all of this, and it said in the staff report that these are all fine organizations providing valuable services, and what it really came down to is to judge them on the valuation criteria and the quality of the application. So I would say that the Karat application wasn't as complete as some of the others. I think the conversation did go to the point you're making on investing in services for the unhoused and investing in services that aren't currently happening. So when the reviewers looked at, once they had made some recommendations, what was currently unallocated, they wanted to make an investment in services for the unhoused. So that's why they made the two funding decisions for Karat and for Peninsula Healthcare Connection. So we always have to remember that the service is extremely important, but to keep within the guidelines set to us, this is a purchasing process governed by a very, I don't want to use the word regulated, but a very specific process that I am called to oversee, that the reviewers oversee, and that's very specific evaluation criteria. And I included that in the packet that went out to the HRC. So I would at times during the process say to the reviewers, let's go back to your evaluation form. How did they, it could have been really high on something that said, the chair is showing it. It could be really high in providing a service for a vulnerable population. But if information such as their evaluation criteria, other things served low, they really needed to make the decision on the quality of the application.
And I think I need to, and I was supposed to do this. I apologize to the public and to my fellow commissioners. These are the criteria that we use to make this judgment. Proposal must be complete. Quality and completeness of the response to this RFP, all questions answered, all requested documents enclosed, and appropriate authorization signatures obtained. The proposed service effectively meets a service that has been identified as a priority of need for fiscal year 2022. Palo Alto residents are beneficiaries, current demographic or relevant data that demonstrates that a proposed service would benefit Palo Alto residences. The agency's effectiveness of reaching out and serving vulnerable and underserved populations. And this is a big one, the agency demonstrates the ability to diversify its funding source. A significant proportion of service funding must be from non-City of Palo Alto funds. The agency process in place for evaluating the needs of the targeted population. The agency process in place for evaluation of the goals and objectives of proposed services. Demonstrated experience and effective methodology for performing the service. Accessibility and affordability of service. The agency administrative capacity, qualifications, and experience of proposed program manager and key staff to provide consistent program coordination, communications, and a high quality of service. Demonstration of efficient utilization of community resources through community partnerships and collaborative efforts with other agencies and community members as an approach to the service provision. So those are the criteria. So those are the criteria that we use on it. Next commissioner is Commissioner Turia, and then we'll come back around for another round of questions.
Similar to Vice Chair Stinger, I wanted to recognize how difficult I'm sure this process was for you, having just been through the similar process with CDBG, and how painful it was to see so many great organizations and to feel like we couldn't fund, as much as we wanted to. When I was reviewing these different organizations, I found myself sometimes wanting some of them to get more funding than they were getting. And I guess I would ask, I'm not going to ask about specific organizations because I think that I trust that you used and applied the criteria that you just read. I guess the only sort of larger question I would have for you is that as I read through these, I really thought a lot about what's going on with COVID, and certainly with when we're talking about mental health, whether it be outlet program for LGBTQ, or if we're looking at the Carrot School project, this new project that you were funding, really wondering and trying to bring the lens of, all these kids at home, distance learning, especially populations that might be more, we already know with the outlet program, for example, much more vulnerable and at risk for anxiety, for mental health, for self-harm, all of those sorts of things. So I guess I would ask if that was something that was in the front of your mind as well, that just thinking of which organizations are addressing needs of folks who are going to be extra vulnerable right now because of the past year that we've just had and going forward.
That was definitely a significant consideration. The thing that drove our response in those places was the amount of local impact data that people were able to provide, even on the follow-up questions. And that's how we sort of determined some of the funding, because like I said, a lot of great services. So then the criteria that really was driving it was some of the metric data and some of the quantifiable data, because I think every narrative, to your point, every narrative was strong. And I think certain narratives resonated more with us, particularly some of the mental health stuff. But when, for example, I, this week kept adolescent counseling services at their current level, no cut to it. But given everything else that was happening in the space around COVID, around homelessness, we just couldn't go another $45,000 with all the other services and needs that were out there. It was a big jump. And, you know, when we start talking about some of the, and Minka can talk a little bit more to it, some of the services like La Comida is doing in COVID as far as delivering meals and pitching in, and Life Moves and some of the other stuff that was happening in the community. It was just it was so hard. It's just such a hard decision because there just wasn't enough, there just wasn't enough like pointed local data to overvalue or to remove funds from someplace else to give it there. You understand what I'm saying?
I think the part that I would add is, as the commission, you know, was given the shorter narratives to the summaries to review with the option of looking at the full applications. But you know, what you saw, there was also each of the, you know, applicants, there was 12 to 15 more page of data that the reviewers reviewed. So there was additional documentation that they carefully went through in making their decisions. And it's extremely hard. I mean, I can tell you as someone who was observing the process, you know, I know every single one of these organizations. I know some of them better than others, and it's extremely challenging. I mean, I could have, you know, easily made an argument for every one of them, but what the reviewers were charged with was looking at the quality of the application versus the evaluation criteria, and having that kind of back and forth with each other to make these kind of decisions or recommendations.
And you know, one of the difficult parts is that some of the grants weren't bad. They just weren't as great as some of the other ones on some of the data points and others. So when we started judging them against their peers, it becomes a harder matrix to deal with. Because I'll be honest with you, if you gave me each one on my desk and say fund this, I would write the check right away. But when you start comparing with what the other cases are, and some people write better grants than others, and that's really the hard part. And you know,
but I want to add one point into what the chair is saying, is that we realize, the reviewers realized as well, that some of these are really big organizations and some of them are really small. So by saying they had a really complete application wasn't like, oh, I can tell a professional grant writer. It didn't need to be at the level that you saw, you know, that, oh, they paid someone a lot of money to do this, or they did that. It wasn't that. If something was in plainer language, but it clearly answered all the questions, there wasn't a qualification between, you know, a smaller organization or larger organization in the level of the application in that way. It was just the completeness, the honest completeness of the questions that were asked.
Yep. There were some professionally written ones that did not answer the questions as well as some of the ones that you could tell weren't written by a grant writer. There were some that were done that were very authentic and gave the answer and had some really good authentic local data. So, all right, I lost track. Where am I? I'm sorry.
I believe you are back at the beginning.
Commissioner Stinger.
Thank you. Thank you for the time and thank you for the work. I guess I have two extraneous comments, but I'm going to use them here anyway. One is that we're in a new era and we may not know all the questions before us, and we are judging by past experience. So I have two thoughts about that. One is just to remind people that might be listening that we do have the emerging grants. And that's a great place to look for funding for needs that we hadn't anticipated in our past history. And the other is to look to our fourth goal this year, which was emotional and economic health. And it might be something to think about, think as a committee and then as a commission, some needs that we haven't had in the past, but have come to the forefront in this era that we might want to have some way to just put a spotlight on, to say we're looking for organizations that will help with new things.
May I answer or respond to your comment, Vice Chair? Is that in his wrap, you know, as you all made a recommendation for, is that the priority of needs is quite broad. There is not within that priority of needs any requirement that says 20% for this one, 20% for that one, 20% for that one, which is part of the good thing about it. But on the other end, it's also one of its challenges in not having that kind of direction that one needs to spend this much. And there's so many funding categories in there. So I think, you know, if that's something that the HRC, you know, wants to have conversations about or explore, or, but at this point, other than there wasn't any more guidance that like CDBG that has very specific categories. So it's the advantage of the HISRAP for a lot of the grantees and allowing the city to have a lot of touch points in different areas, but it does not allow it to focus in just on one or two areas. Now the subcommittee can make that, you know, recommendation, but it's not built in to the system.
No, I wasn't suggesting that we go there.
No, I just wanted to provide that clarification as well, but thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Commissioner Savage.
No questions. I just want to say to Vice Chair Stinger, those were excellent comments you made, very eye-opening. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Reguer.
I guess my questions and my concerns are, if we want to be bold and look for what's happening in our community now and what we want and how we want to serve it, I think that we have to be open to give new organizations a spotlight on a service that hasn't been dealt with. And I guess that's what kind of I'm concerned about, which is of doing certain ones like that are doing things that are also opportunities in the school district. And I know that certain, like I'm talking about the YCS, the Youth Community Service. There's a lot of things, they've been around for a long time. They do great work. The school districts, but they tackle a specific group of children, students, which is the leaders. And those leaders, I don't worry about. Those students that are in YCS, I'm not worried about. I'm worried about children that are falling between the cracks. And I guess I'm looking for boldness and looking for, I don't want, I'm not saying, I'm not criticizing them, but I'm just saying that there's organizations that are doing that within the school. There's other organizations where people can join, and certain organizations like people don't have the opportunity. And I think to give Karat $5,000 to a new organization that's been asked by the city to do more, who is involving the community and who's taking care of needs, even though it wasn't on that application. I mean, people were complaining about the garbage, and they organized a group of people to clean, and that is serving the whole community, health and safety. And I think that we need to look at what do we want for our community. And this is an agency that doesn't have they're new, and the emergency grants isn't a lot of money from that need. I mean, that is not going to be enough for them to do anything with. And so I'm just hoping that we think about what we want for our community and what is the need that's not being met. Mm-hmm. And I'm calling upon the mayor mentioned that what they're doing. And I guess my next question is it time?
Yeah, your time, I'm sorry. Maybe next time start with the question and then we can get to that and get to your comments afterward.
But I just do have one, is that Cassie does a lot for the community, but they don't, I know I'm going over, but this is important, is that why, do you know why they're not getting any money from PAUSD?
They are getting money. They're getting 90% of their budget from PAUSD.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's it.
I want to say something. As a committee, we can only judge on the applications that are in front of us. And I know there are there might be other organizations in the school that are doing interesting and great things, but if they don't apply, I can't fund them. And then when we,
but that wasn't my, I'm sorry, that wasn't my point. My point was that there's a lot of organizations. I'm not saying that they should have been funded. I'm just saying that I think that some organizations that apply here, no other organization is doing it. Whereas youth community service, other organizations are doing things in the school. And so I don't think that that's what my point was. It wasn't that I'm thinking other organizations should get it.
okay. And the other thing is, when you look at criteria like funding from other parties, demographic data, XYZ, and administrative capacity, that's why we made, it's hard, the criteria that we're given and then the purchasing process makes it hard to fund in makes you have to really justify funding in new organizations. But the other side to this also, and it just came to me, is how did I just lose the thought? I had a great thought and I lost it. It was so good. Dang. It was something around local data. I'm sorry, it totally slipped my mind. I'm so sorry. If I remember it, I'll come back. Who's next? Commissioner Duteria.
It's a bit of a general question, but actually before I ask that, what I was, excuse me, what I was understanding from Commissioner Regier either was similar or brought up an issue that I had been a little bit frustrated with around the whole process. And that is, it's so hard to get to the point where you can meet the criteria to get funding. And so a lot of the most pressing issues that would impact, all of the criteria, all the things that we're trying to accomplish with these organizations, it's very hard for a small organization like that getting off the ground, doing really innovative, nimble work to get funding. And so I don't know what the solution to that is. It feels like we are in Silicon Valley and we like to, we really appreciate organizations that are small and can, do really creative things. But it does feel like there's something really lacking there in terms of being able to find organizations that are addressing, for example, what Carrot School Project is addressing. And a lot of times what ends up happening is we're taking care of these sort of top level symptoms rather than getting down deeper into the bigger issues, right? Like, it would be great if there was an organization whose job was to find more safe permit parking programs and to push that through rather than, for example, right? Because then we wouldn't have the issues of the towing and we wouldn't have the issues of garbage and all these sorts of things, right? And we would have safe families and kids going to school. So my question, so that's just sort of a larger comment, and I wonder if that's not something we could maybe think about in a more broad way.
Can I answer that question?
Oh, sure, but then can I
yeah, every time I interject, I put the timer on pause because you shouldn't have to lose your time because of me. So you still have a minute left. So I would say that in the past, the point that you brought up about agencies that are so small or have a new idea that don't have the capacity, internal capacity to apply for a HISREP contract, but you also, what we actually haven't brought to light yet, is there are certain reporting requirements as far as HISRAP that the agency has needs to have a certain amount of institutional capacity to be able to comply with those reporting qualification reporting, processes to let us know that our funding is being used wisely. So the HRC did identify the ability to respond quickly as a big need and advocated for and got the Emerging Needs Fund. So it is only $50,000. And at present, given the guidelines that the HRC helped to craft and approve, the top grant that an agency can get is only $10,000. But at present, that is the one ability for the HRC to have impact on agencies that have a new idea that maybe isn't ready for prime time for HISRAP, but has a new idea that they could ask for a grant for up to $10,000 for, or don't have the institutional capacity to either apply for or meet the reporting requirements of HISRAP. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. There's not as much in that account as I think a lot of people would like, but it is more than was available in the past. And I would say that the 15 or so grantees that have gotten a grant in the last couple of years have definitely been appreciative. So I will go back and yield you back your time.
Thank you, Minka, for that explanation. And I guess I would say that I suppose that some of these aren't really emerging needs in the sense of my understanding of emerging needs. They're like definitely well established and there and require, maybe a more concentrated effort and funding and support to address. So something to continue to think about, I suppose, from my point of view. I guess one of my broad questions across all of these organizations, again, was looking at what they wanted, what they got, and what their total budget was. Again, that was something that we dealt with, was one of the criteria being showing a lot of different funding sources and sort of health of the organization, that they've got a lot of different options. So I wondered if that was part of what helped inform you, as well as the question where they were asked, if you don't get this funding, what happens, right? Like, do you have a backup plan? What will happen if you only get partial funding? Was that something that helped inform how you funded the organizations?
Well, no organization can receive all of its funding from HISRAP, or we can't be the significant funding source for the program. We could be a funding source, but we can't be the funding source. So that definitely is a significant part of it. So if somebody puts on the application, this doesn't happen without HISRAP, that is almost a strike against it because of how the program is structured. We can't, we don't want to get in a position that if for some reason the city budget gets cut next year and we have to spread the dollars thinner, somebody says, oh, well, you lost this program because HISRAP is the only funding that you had for it. The reality is that on some of the applications, when you looked at their funding column, some organizations have already lost funding from some other sources, and it's getting harder to get new funding. We are one of the few funding sources in our area that actually took on new funding this year, because a lot of people doubled down with organizations they were familiar with. And that was actually, was that expressed in one or two different applications, Minka?
Yes, that was.
So, yeah, so that's where it's at. So we definitely looked at that overall, not the overall budget, but the answer to that question was a critical part to us. So we'll go from there. All right, let's mix it up a little bit. Councilmember Stone, do you have any thoughts? I always put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
No, I don't have any thoughts or anything to add. I mean, I've definitely been on the HISRAP and CDBG subcommittees before. I know how difficult and demanding that work is. So I definitely acknowledge the work that was put into this and wouldn't want to question the recommendation that the subcommittee is making.
Okay. I know we'll do another round robin, and then hopefully we can go to public comment. Public, if you want to start preparing and raising your hands and getting online, now would be a good time. All right, Commissioner Stinger, any other comments?
No comments.
Commissioner Savage, any other comments?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Regier, any other comments?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. What part of certain applications did you see, you were saying about Karat, what parts of the application did you feel like they didn't successfully
So for example, and not to put them on the spot, but there are two things. That in the goal part, they wanted to do 100% of kids going to school. Like there isn't like a way to actually quantify that. They didn't have a quantify, like the goals were not quantifiable. Number two part on theirs was they showed a budget of $1.3 million with only like 100,000 or 200,000 raised, and that like caught us with a red flag. And then the third thing was they didn't have as much specialized local data. It was very anecdotal versus actual like data points, but their program was their program was so interesting and unique that and had a good reputation from people that had integrated with it, that we were like, I know it doesn't meet all of these things, but I feel like this is something that we at least have to give some dollars to because it's doing something unique. So that would be my answer. Staff, do you have any other thoughts on that?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Okay, then I have some more questions because they specifically didn't say it was just the kits. They said they were doing other things. And then my question is, and another thing, it says that we have, in another homeless census, it says that we have 313 individuals in Palo Alto that are homeless. And we don't know at day to day how many people are we getting, especially with the towing. I mean, a lot of families just left because they were gonna be towed last week. So we only have 10. I guess that's my concern, is like a homeless population is always, it goes in and out. And so I guess if that's the criteria, then I think that's understandable why they didn't have an exact amount of people that they can serve. But if we're looking at what we want as a city, and I guess that's my thing, is that I think.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Regier. And there were several thresholds that if we followed the rules exactly, we would not have given them any funding. Given the year, given the economic situation, given the reality that most funds like this are doubling down on funding organizations they know have a track record of impact in community. The one thing that we did with HISRAP this year was we did look at the needs assessment that we did as a commission. We also looked at our goals as a commission. We highlighted homelessness and housing scarcity as one of our major issues. And we, as a group with over $250,000 ask on what we could do for budget, figured out a way how we can at least give some funding to organizations like PHC and Clara to at least do some of the work. In a perfect world, we would have given them more, but given that we almost had a $250,000 more ask than we had budget, and then we had organizations with existing track records. I mean, you know, somebody could turn around and say to me, and this is a hypothetical, we did give them an increase, but somebody could say, why didn't you give the $5,000 to a Meals on Wheels, which is doing in-home checks? Or somebody could say, why don't you give the $5,000 to ACS, who's doing the outlet program? You know, there is so many other places, but we said, you know what, as a community, as a commission and as a community, we said, this is important. And we found, it was a hard pull, but we still said, you know what, if we're gonna say homelessness and housing insecurity as a commission and as a city is critical, the only two new programs we funded, we might not funded them as much as some people might like, but the only two ones we funded were specifically for those areas. So
that shouldn't have counted me because my time, but that shouldn't have counted. But Coloma's time.
I wasn't counting it as your time. As
Right.
I just,
That's a response.
But my point, I guess, Coloma, is that that's the beauty of his rap. It's a more open communication, and if we look at what other organizations have done that are around, it's basically status quo for some of them. And if we want to see what do we want for our community, $5,000 for Karat is nothing. They asked for $10,000 for emergency funds, and they went through it very quickly by giving out food and stuff. And if the city's asking them to go monitor all these people that are on the street, which is what the mayor has asked to participate, $5,000 isn't even paying. So I guess my question is, it's not that I'm just saying that if we really want to tackle what we want for our community, we need to think about who we're funding. And I know it's very difficult. And I guess that's I just feel that $5,000 to an organization that is new, but also this problem we're tackling is new, is not
new. So
it's not, and I'm just saying is that some of the organizations that were giving lots of money, yes, they've established, but they haven't really established the real impact. Take some money away.
That you know, one of the things I will say is that everybody that we've given funds to impacts a person somewhere.
I totally understand that, but we just
and one of the critical data points that we used to determine it was significant local data. The other thing is, and I'm going to say this, and people probably not going to like it, if the mayor wants an organization to do more for the city, then the mayor could find the money to fund what the organization needs to do for the city. This process and program started long before that, and it wasn't part of our criteria. So as much as I like what the mayor is saying, he has general fund, miscellaneous fund, slush fund, XYZ fund.
No, but
it's not part of our criteria. We can only judge on the criteria that was given in the beginning. Because
what's our mission? What's our mission, Coloma?
Can I finish? Because if we use this criteria for Karat, we disenfranchise the rest of the people in the process. Because then we can, Life Moves can come back to me and say, if I knew that the mayor demanded this, I would have asked for another $20,000 or $30,000 for this specific program. Or PCH could come, and if we use that criteria, PCH could come back to us and say, I would have asked for another $30,000 because we want to open up a vaccination clinic. We want to do all, because it's not the criteria. And this is part of a fair and transparent process, is at the finish line, I believe this, and this is my belief, this is not the commission speaking, at the finish line, and as somebody that writes grants for my church, at the finish line, it is not fair for me to add new criteria or change criteria, because everybody else that's on this list is not being judged by that criteria. And I guarantee you, if these other people had known that they needed to have a specific homeless focus, many people would have changed how they wrote their criteria. That's not, you know, we did not, in our emergent needs, and when we wrote the needs in October, we did not say, you know, this one thing is what we need you to focus on for HISRAP. And I don't want to judge. I understand Clara needs more funding, but I don't want to judge the entire pile or the entire body of work of other applicants by that.
But what is our mission, Coloma? We as the Human Relations Commission, what is our mission? We have a statement. We're to serve the underserved.
So are you telling me this, Patty, that the people with disabilities that Ability Path is serving, or the kids at YCS that it's their one place to be served is not being served by this funding, or that the outlet program, everybody on this list meets our mission. These and this is the thing, these organizations, and I will defend every one of them. These organizations, as I read this, I am guaranteeing you each and every one of them have people that meet the mission and desire that the Human Relations Commission have. They work hard, and there's some people like from how they do, one of the things I love Sala with that's dealing with senior displacement. I mean, they're doing these people are doing some great work. And
I'm not saying that they're not doing great. I think seniors, they deal with low income seniors. That's what they do. I'm not saying that any of these organizations aren't working hard. But I'm just saying that Human Relations Commission, we are supposed to be serving the unserved. We're supposed to be, and I'm just saying is that some of these organizations that we're serving, yes, they serve wonderful people, but we don't know how many of the underserved they really serve. And that is what our mission is. If you look at our mission, what is our mission?
If I just may interject that this, I definitely hear you, Commissioner Regier. I think that the HRC definitely has a very strong and broad mission, but the HISRAP, and you could still have the same comments to this, HISRAP is governed by the process that is in the application, the evaluation criteria that's in the application, and the priority of needs that are given to the public to consider as they make the application. So my concern would be that to go back to it and say, well, we're gonna now just go back and evaluate them on the mission of the HRC. You have to judge this program on the criteria of the program. If the HRC wants to look at that differently or more strategically or more focused for a future HISRAP, I think that's definitely a dialogue that we can enter in together. But and people, even with what I'm explaining, can come out on all different sides, but the grant program here needs to be judged on the priority of needs and the evaluation criteria. You can still, with those, you can still, speak about more funding for agency X, Y, and Z, but the underlying reasons for the integrity of the process, it does have to fall within the auspices of the program requirements.
I totally understand. I mean, I've been on County Human Relations Commission. I totally understand this, but I'm just saying is that all of these meet the requirements. All of them do. Mm-hmm. And all of them deserve everything we possibly could give them, but we don't have it. That's my, but I'm done with my time. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go over, but.
No, this is the thing. Let us open for public comment. We have a whole other discussion period after public comment. And we will, I think it is time, and then we will come from there.
Okay. So we have several speakers. The first speaker is Michelle Schroeder, to be followed by Evelyn Kiomian, then Michelle Liu. So Michelle Schroeder, you are first. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes, go ahead.
Great, good evening. SALA is a nonprofit law office that provides free legal services to senior citizens. Our current HISRAP grant supports our services for Palo Alto seniors, and we thank you. During the COVID health orders, SALA will continue to provide services remotely and primarily by telephone. When in-person services can be reinstated at senior centers, it is our hope that SALA appointments will be available at Avenidas Senior Center and possibly at Stevens House. Legal assistance is a critical need for seniors, and even more so during the pandemic. We at SALA are seeing clients with legal problems involving the benefits they rely on, such as Social Security, SSI, Medicare, Medi-Cal. The agencies that are administering these benefits are closed for in-person assistance, making it difficult for older adults to resolve matters if they do not have digital skills. We are seeing clients who are worried about their housing. We are seeing clients that need to do basic legal planning for incapacity or end stages of life. This planning has become even more important during COVID-19 if they are gravely ill or facing death. And we've seen an increase in clients that are victims of elder abuse, many of these cases involving abusers living in the homes of our clients and sheltering in place with them during the pandemic. Dysfunctional family or living situations have become amplified during this time. SALA cannot charge fees for our services. The primary way we support our services is through grants such as HISRAP. The funding will support personnel costs for attorney and support staff. For serving Palo Alto, no overhead will be charged to the grant. Your funding helps SALA provide the highest level of service possible. We hope we can count on your support again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. The next speaker is Evelyn, to be followed by Michelle Liu and then Bill Blodgett. Evelyn, go ahead, please.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Evelyn Kilmiao with the Care School Project. So the measure of any society is really measured by how to take care of the most vulnerable. So it's such a pleasure to be part of this discussion tonight and see that so many people in our community care for elderlies as well as children. And for a project that we started using materials that were initially purchased to be shipped to children who live in extreme poverty in Africa, we're very happy that children who are living in RVs and families who are living in RVs in Palo Alto are able to benefit this program. And we're very happy to see that the community has really stepped up along with the city to not just identify the need, but to join us at any capacity that they can to help not just meet the need, but also solve the problem. The Care School Project is, in fact, a very tiny organization, very brand new, that is led by a minority female leader. And we are happy to have this footprint that we have in the community. And we hope that this is just the beginning of a collaboration with the city. And like many of the cities that surround us, that we will get together and take care of our children's educational needs. Because I know that no member of the council today wants their children and their grandchildren to be talking about people living in RVs in Palo Alto. And the very best way that we can ensure that happens is by taking care and by educating the children who are living in these situations today. So I'm definitely grateful as the leader of this organization and as a member of the community. And I thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. The next speaker is Michelle Liu, to be followed by Bill Blodgett, then Kim Mahotra. So Michelle, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Liu from the Health Trust. And of course, my home phone is ringing at the same time. I want to thank the Commission for your past, present, and hopefully future support. The Health Trust is a local nonprofit, and we provide Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is exactly what it sounds like. We deliver healthy, nutritious meals to homebound seniors, but Meals on Wheels is also more than a meal. As Chairperson Kaloma mentioned, our Meals on Wheels drivers conduct wellness checks with our clients who are homebound. And so The drivers are able to call for help in case of emergency, or even if the client just seems like something's amiss that day. We can call 911 or we can call the client's emergency contact. This year, we're requesting $20,000 to fund 3,150 meals, 3,150 meals, plus the wellness checks and additional social support for 20 Palo Alto residents. That comes out to just $6.35 a meal. I want to wrap up with sharing one of our client stories. It's a Palo Alton. We'll call her Mrs. B. Mrs. B is 94 years old, and she's been receiving our Meals on Wheels since 2006. She's a native Californian who moved to Palo Alto and has resided here in Santa Clara County for 80 years. She does have a daughter who lives in Santa Cruz County, but the daughter isn't able to help out that much because she's been diagnosed with cancer, and because of COVID, folks are sheltering in place. Mrs. B still lives independently. She lives alone. She does have some caregivers who come in on the mornings to help her with personal care because she has heart problems, diabetes, and osteoporosis. She says, "I'm so grateful to Meals on Wheels as I'm no longer able to cook for myself." Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Michelle. The next speaker is Bill Blodgett, to be followed by Kim Malhotra and then Moore Oman. Bill, go ahead, please. Bill, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. So La Comida serves hot, nutritious meals to seniors in a socially stimulating environment. Not surprisingly, the socially stimulating environment part of it's been quite a challenge this year. Plus, not surprisingly, seniors have had a harder time than ever securing a good, reliable source for their meals. They aren't able to go out to grocery stores or restaurants, obviously. And so the demand for our meals has gone up dramatically this last year. We went from about 170 meals a day up to 310 a day. We served about 75,000 meals in this last year. Now, a few things I should mention. There was a question raised earlier about the demographics of our seniors that use our program. So we do a survey each year. Of those who responded to the survey, 65% of the respondents are below the federal poverty level, 65%. Also, our funding, we didn't ask for an increase this year at $49,000. That represents about 6.5% of our funding, 6.5%. The rest comes from the federal government through Santa Clara County and from fundraising. One other thing I'd like to mention, beyond the funding from Palo Alto, we really appreciate other support that we get from Palo Alto. For instance, this year we had a challenge of how do we deal with delivering our meals to seniors in inclement weather. We got help from City of Palo Alto to set up a means to do so. Also, we were able to make contact with other nonprofits and form partnerships. We were able to provide meals in bulk to some other agencies here in Palo Alto, again, because the city had a forum in place where we could make those connections. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Kim Malhotra, followed by Moore Oman, then Mary Jane Marcus. Kim, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Kim Malhotra from Ability Path, probably better known to many of you as Abilities United. That was the former name of the organization before it merged with GatePath and we changed our name. We've been proud to be part of the Palo Alto community for over half a century. And we're grateful for the long-term partnership and recognizing the critical needs of children and adults with developmental disabilities in the Palo Alto community. We've seen that adults with developmental disabilities have been at higher risk of COVID complications, and many of the individuals we serve have continued to shelter in place throughout the pandemic. The staff and those that we serve have done an incredible job of adapting to online programming. We've seen some really incredible outcomes, such as increased accessibility and convenience. Adults have met individuals across all of our programs, and they've been able to socialize with typically developing peer volunteers. Children have also continued their developmental progress thanks to teletherapy. We anticipate continuing some level of virtual services beyond the pandemic because we've learned so many great tools and found the convenience for the families that we serve. That being said, everyone is very much looking forward to returning to in-person services this year and hopefully later in 2021. And I just wanted to thank you once again and express our appreciation for your thoughtful consideration of our request as well as all of the requests. I know it's a very difficult job to select organizations for funding, and there's so many worthy causes out there. So we're grateful to be considered.
Thank you, Kim. The next speaker is Maura Oman, to be followed by Mary Jane Marcus and then Jim Santucci. Maura, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maura Oman, and I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS. On behalf of YCS, we are grateful for the recommendation of the HRC to entrust us to continue to engage youth in service learning. Your support amplifies the importance of listening to youth voices as they forge ways to be part of the solution to critical issues around social justice and equity in our community. This year, more than ever, as everything shut down because of the pandemic, service to others has offered a way for youth to reduce isolation and increase connectedness in our community. YCS does engage every single youth, not just the leaders, with service learning in all 5 PAUSD middle and high schools. For example, Fletcher Middle School hosted their service day last month and we engaged 571 of the total 579 enrolled students at Fletcher. Also, Gunn High School, during their service day this month, are partnering with the Carrot School Project to understand the challenges it addresses and collect items and gift cards for families living in RVs in Palo Alto. We look forward to continuing to support our youth and partnering with many such local nonprofits to support their mission and work. I'd like to end with an example of the impact of our youth service projects. During Thanksgiving last year, YCS Youth partnered with nonprofit Vista Center for the Blind. Our youth created voice notes with songs and poems and well wishes for Vista Center clients. One of the recipients sent us the following quote: "I thoroughly enjoyed your greetings, your poems, and your musical performances. It's not always easy for a teen to express feelings or present music and poetry to a bunch of strangers. So I want to let you know that this particular stranger was honored that you took the time and trouble to do this." Thank you again, HRC. YCS is honored to be recommended for a HISRAP grant.
Thank you, Maura. The next speaker is Mary Jane Marcus, to be followed by Jim Santucci and then Sharon Hudson. Go ahead, Mary Jane.
Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Mary Jane Marcus, and I know Maura and a lot of the people here tonight. Caffania Peace Collective, and full disclosure, is a close partner of Carrot School Project, and we love everything they're doing. As someone who grew up in Palo Alto area, I think there's nothing that meant more to me than when, basically Carrot School Project advocated to have these kids attend Palo Alto schools, and rather than kind of othering our most vulnerable community members, we were saying, no, you're part of our community too. And so I guess I want to, of course, urge you to give them their full funding level. I hate pitting one group against another. So I guess I also might want to advocate that you speak up for more funding for especially those groups like Carrot School Project really is a primary one, helping on El Camino, because it's probably the most visible and divisive kind of human service issue, one of the biggest going on right now in our community here. You can tell from the last week. And I think with the, Black Lives Matter and the anti-racist work that Palo Alto is really committed to, we want to have a more humane approach rather than a punitive approach. And, the amount of police dollars or other city dollars that are going for punitive approaches to the RVs, that money could be used instead for a social service approach, which I think is the direction we want to go, away from a punitive approach. So just urge you, of course, to fund them fully. so that we can build a more humane community and then advocate for more funding for Carrot School Project and for supporting the RVs and getting solutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary Jane. The next speaker is Jim Santucci, to be followed by Sharon Hudson and then Aram James. Jim, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please, Jim. Jim, are you still there? Maybe I'll come back to Jim.
Here we go. I'm back.
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity just to say thank you. I'm the executive director with Clara. And as you know, Clara has been providing bereavement support in the Palo Alto community in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties since 1976. And I've been the executive director since 2013. But I wanted to thank the commission for the grant recommendation for Clara. And as an organization that relies exclusively on donations to support our peer-based services, HISRAP funding is a really crucial part of that. And we have many sources of donations, and part of our $1.5 million budget, over $1 million of that, or 1.2 million of that, comes from donations. So we're able to provide these services through our volunteers from the generosity of the community. So I'm really grateful for the continued funding. Bereavement support for training and training that we provide, really promotes resilience, promotes good health, and a more compassionate community. So it's really important that we provide these bereavement support services. With over 1,800 additional deaths due to COVID in Santa Clara County, the need for these types of services is more than ever. So I really appreciate the incremental funding that we received in this, the recommendation for the incremental funding, and know that it will be really put to good use in providing this kind of support. So thank you again to the commission and all that work that you do in navigating through all of the great proposals that you received. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jim. The next speaker is Sharon Hudson, to be followed by Aram James, and then the phone number ending in 944. So Sharon, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Sharon. I'm with Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and I do want to help thank you for all your hard work. I know it's a difficult decision. Vista Center works with blind and visually impaired. We see about 3,200 a year, and our job is to help people to become independent and safe. This last year, it has been a challenge, I'm sure, with all of the nonprofits, with funding and having to cancel our fundraisers and that kind of thing. And especially for our population, isolation has always been a problem. And with COVID, it has become even more of a problem. So we did a lot of case management, reaching out. At the beginning, we turned right around to help provide meals and medication delivery systems at the beginning of this COVID. Before other organizations came on board, which is great. We serve all ages, but 73% of our clients are over the age of 60, because most eye conditions like macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diabetes affect those as we get older. And we also, 93% of our clients are low income or extremely low income. So I just want to thank you for supporting this very vulnerable population. And I appreciate all the support that the city and this group has given to considering us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. The next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by a phone number ending in 944. Aram, go ahead, please.
So very powerful conversation. I know I've attended these when we had them, weren't doing it remotely, but I think this has been the most powerful one, because this machine, Zoom, makes you focus. And I really have to commend all of you. I mean, this is really incredible. And I wish the police department had to sit through this. So when people talked about reallocating, not defunding the police department altogether, they would see just what the need is. And what is it, 700,000 or 800,000 versus the new public safety building of 100 15 million or more. If there's cost overruns, and Zach Perone with the allegations against him making $400,000 a year. I mean, there's so much we could do if we could have a real live conversation with the police department when they would be deeply engaged in this conversation. You all did a really incredible job. I wanted to say that Commissioner Reguer and a couple of the other speakers and at least one other commissioner talked about really what I consider to be the horror of the police conduct. We've got on the one hand a push to do safe parking programs, and then all of a sudden there's these towing notices that runs just contrary to everything we're trying to do, that you all, I should say, at the HRC is doing. I'm wondering if you all can softly, as a group, as the HRC, condemn that behavior and ask that it stop. Politely. I mean, you're going to have the police on hate crimes here on the 17th, and this strikes me as bordering on hateful behavior by the police department. Not a hate crime, but hateful behavior. And you all have the ability, you have the, the microphone, so to speak. People in the community highly respect the Human Relations Commission. So I would ask you to make a statement on behalf of the members of the Palo Alto community and the Human Relations Committee for the police department to knock that behavior off.
Thank you, Aram. The last speaker I see is phone number ending in 944. Go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes, and I will let you know when your time is done because you can't see the timer when you're on the phone. Go ahead, please. I think you need to unmute on your end. Phone number 944.
How to unmute, staff?
I don't have the ability to do anything more. There, I think they have it.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
We certainly can. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, phone problem. Hi there. My name is David Bifinkel, and I've been volunteering with DST's Food Closet for a few years now. And I wanted to thank everybody on the commission for helping to fund us and helping make all that possible. It's been an amazing journey, especially in the last year or so. We've seen a huge increase in the number of people, especially the number of new people coming to see us. And we've got a new distribution program to shut-ins. And I got to say that if you really could see what the family over there is like, you would think it's amazing what we pull off. And it's a big personal journey for myself as well, since 30 years ago I got my food there, and we hope that you keep funding it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Okay. One thing before we walk away from public comment tonight, I want to personally thank each and every person that works in the nonprofit space and has written a grant. We, as one of the things I believe is that each of us have a passion to help somebody in our community that is disenfranchised or is marginalized. And you guys take it more from words and do it to action and make it a life. And we are grateful to each and every one of you. As we go to voting and discussing, we're going to have some hard conversations, but I want to let each and every person know that we truly do value every service here that we do. At this point, I'm ready to open up for motions, and we'll start with our motions, then we'll go to discussion on the motion as presented by the member of the HRC, if they can get a second. So we're open up for motions. Yes, Vice Chair. You have to unmute, please. Valerie, you have to unmute, please.
My apologies, sorry.
That's all right.
I wanted to make a motion. I wanted to thank the committee for the thoughtful work, the staff, community reviewers, and the chair. And I would like to accept the recommendation from the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
We have it. Okay. We're ready for discussion.
I'll speak to my motion if I may.
Yes, you may, ma'am.
I think I said before that if you pull a thread, you unravel the whole seam. And I'm afraid that's what would happen here. We have so many needy people and so many established and novel approaches to help them. I think you've done an excellent job of trying to encourage new organizations, but still give some stability to other organizations that have served us well. I see seniors, disabled, blind, middle schoolers, homeschoolers. Clearly, we'd like to do more. But given the task before us, I think you've done an admirable job, and I'd like to thank you for it.
Well, you need to thank Rebecca and Mitty because they did so much heavy lifting on this.
I meant you plural.
Yes, they did. It's not me. They did. They were amazing in this process. Any other discussion points? Yes, Commissioner again.
I guess I'd just like to make the point and read our charge. The Human Relations Commission is charged with the discretion to act with respect to any human relations matter when the commission finds that any person or group does not benefit fully from the public or private opportunities or resources in the community. And I remember sitting at a meeting as a community member, watching how Blossom wasn't getting funded and another organization got funded. And that organization that got funded came up to me and said, oh, we do so much. We wrote thank you note. We wrote letters to the pregnant women at Blossom, and that's our contribution. And I remember thinking, well, that is not really helping it's helping the people that wrote the letter, but it's really not helping Blossom. And I guess that's how I'm feeling right now with some organizations that we've gave lots of money to. They do great work, but they could also do the same work in their capacity at the school. And our mission is to help people that aren't being served from other organizations. And I guess that's my one more push. And it's not because Karat is my thing. It's just that I feel like that's the only organization in our community that meets our mission. And that is our mission. And I feel very strongly, because now that I'm on the commission, that I think that we should pursue funding things that pursue what our mission is. And there's no one really given the opportunity to help. And $5,000 is, they asked for 30 or something, and $5,000 is just piddles. And I guess that's my point around this. I think you guys did great work, and I know how hard it is, but we have to make hard decisions to think, what do we want from our community, and what do we want? What is going to give the most organizations that don't have the capacity to get their services from other places? And I think that Youth Community Service, they do great things, but I think that those groups of children can participate in other things at the school, and some organizations can't. So I guess that's my point.
So as a commissioner in this process, you are enabled at this moment to make an amendment that can go to the rest of the commission on the funding levels.
But I guess I want to hear from everybody else, because I don't want it to be seen that it's just my way or no way. I don't want to be pushing it if nobody else feels this strongly about it.
I think there is something to be said. If this is a democracy, and nobody is wrong for standing for what they feel is right in a moment. So if you want to make a motion, I would encourage you to make a motion. I'm not here to influence the rest of the commission, but if you feel so strongly about it, I would encourage you to make a motion.
But just for clarification, don't we have to have a discussion first, since there's a motion on the floor? Don't we have to have a discussion about that motion?
When somebody makes a point to the motion, you can say, I would like to make an amendment to Vice Chair Stigner's motion, which would give Karat this much funding, and we would have to pull it from this basket. We would then have to ask the person if they want a friendly amendment, or then we would go to a vote. We'd go to a second on it. That's part of the parliamentary procedure.
So what you can do is you can ask the maker of the motion if she would consider a certain motion. And if she does, that can be incorporated into the motion. If not, you can raise it a second time as an unfriendly amendment to the motion.
during this discussion, or do I have to wait for the whole
Oh, no, you could
discussion?
do it right now.
A motion has been brought to the floor, so you are able to do that now, Commissioner.
Okay, so I make the motion. I'm asking Commissioner Singer if she's willing to, and Commissioner Savage, because she seconded, if she's willing to amend it to, is that right? I'm sorry, I'm just really bad at this.
No. We'll walk you through it.
You specifically have to be a little clearer because of where you would take it from. I mean, unless the chair is willing just to have a reconsideration of the motion.
Nope, we are an hour and a half into discussion, and we actually need details now.
So Commissioner Singer, are you willing to take it from, this is really, I mean, I know this is difficult, but to take it from YCS and only and my argument is that they have those services.
The amount.
That's it?
The most, you can speak to your amendment after you give the amount. So you could say, I want to remove Karat as $5,000 now. I would like to take it for whatever amount from YCS to go to Karat and ask them, would you do the amendment?
And if you don't feel comfortable, and can I say specifically, if you don't feel so much, can I say from other organs, can she choose her own?
No, you got to tell, with the motion, you have to actually say, this is.
Okay, I make the motion that we take, are you willing to make the motion of taking it from YCS and La Comida?
How much?
10 each.
Do we want Mary to be taking?
Yes.
Okay, so
do that. You put that on the screen. Put that on the screen. Put that on the screen.
Why don't we give it just, okay, so why don't we just give it 1 second so Mary can reflect this on the screen and make sure that she reflects this right. So Mary, if you could first write the motion right now is to affirm the primary motion is to affirm the recommendation of the reviewers that is included in the staff report. And that had a first by the chair, Vice Chair Stinger, and a second by Commissioner Savage. So at this point, there is the request for a friendly amendment by Commissioner Regier to,
thank you guys.
To take, can you repeat it again, Commissioner, please?
She would like to take 10,000
from La Comida and $10,000 from Youth Community Service and give it to Clara.
Don't accept the friendly amendment. Oh, do I have to wait for a second?
No, you just have to say if you accept it or not.
I don't accept that amendment, but I would like to speak to that at the proper time.
Well, you can speak to it now because you can explain why, and then Commissioner Regier can decide if she wants to bring it to a vote to the rest of the commission.
I do want to comment that for a new organization, the program has done some significant fundraising. From individual donors, they have 5,000. From Kafina, there's 103,000, I believe. And from Silicon Valley Foundation, there's 5,000. I don't know if Weekly Fund is still considering giving the money, or the Community Foundation is still considering giving money, but they have 100,000 is expected from the Community Foundation. And the Weekly Holiday Fund, they say that they're expecting 10,000. So there is $338,000 that they have expected, and 147, almost maybe 45% of it they've received. But you will, that sounds like I'm saying that they're a well-funded organization. I'm not. You'll recall that that was one of the organizations I just pulled randomly to say, I wish we had funded them more, and I respect their new proposal. one of the things we've used in the CDBG, one of the things we did use in the CDBG commission was to say that really to do the work of a proposal, the minimum grant should be 10,000. It's a lot of effort goes and time and thought goes into putting together a proposal. So what I would like to see, and I would like to I'll make a friendly amendment to my own motion, is that we increase the funding for the Clara School project from 5,000 to 10,000 and distribute that. It'd be about $400. Take that from each organization, the other organizations.
So basically what your friendly amendment is that you want to do $400 across the board from the other organizations.
So that we can put about 400, because I didn't really I didn't do the math, I just penciled in my head.
So basically you're saying equally distributed $10,000 across the other, how many organizations is it, Minka?
It would be 15 if you go with the number by the reviewers. There's 16 in total, so that would be 15 other organizations.
I think there are 18 and 15 were funded.
16 were funded, yeah, 15 other than Carrot.
Right, okay.
So
I would bring the funding.
It'd be $334 or some number
yeah.
For the $5,000 difference. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So they would have a minimum, what we consider a minimally funded program.
Commissioner Savage, would you accept that second to it?
Yeah, that's a very creative answer. And yes, I do accept that.
Okay. Okay, so we have that. Commissioner Reguera, back to you. You originally had a motion to take from La Comida. You asked for a friendly amendment. They said no. They put a counter amendment on it. You now have the option to go to the rest of the body. What's the exact terminology, Minka?
An unfriendly amendment?
Unfriendly amendment. To do what? I don't know. I know there is a specific terminology for it. I'm tired. It's 4 hours later.
Right.
It's you can go back to your original proposition, unfriendly amendment. You will need a second before it can go to the vote of the commission, or you can leave as is. It's your choice. I can't hear you.
So I'm just trying to think. That's why you can't hear my thinking.
I'm sorry.
So can I raise it? I mean, I feel like we're playing some kind. Can I say, since I'm hearing what we're going towards 400 from each organization, can I say my unfriendly amendment would be to increase the funding to 10,000, to increase the funding to 15,000, and take approximately 500 from all the other organizations?
You can make that as a friendly amendment to the other friendly amendment. We're not.
So I'm trying to figure out what's unfriendly.
I'm actually going to get dizzy at this point. You can speak to the vice chair and say, Vice Chair, will you be willing to use the same equation as a friendly amendment, but increase the number to 15,000? That would give you $666 from all the other organizations.
And I think, let's be honest, that once we're all done, because my mental math ability is on Zoom and just normally is not that great. So I think we would have to be honest and have it in the motion that it would be a specific amount that we'd have to really see if this math is correct.
Right.
Yes, it would have to be audited or reviewed or whatever. We'll figure out the language. So those are your choices at this moment. If you want to think about it, it could be an unfriendly, or it could be asked to be a friendly amendment to the vice chair.
Well, of course, I don't understand of course, I like to make it a friendly amendment. I don't know what an unfriendly amendment would be.
So a friendly amendment Vice Chair, would you accept that?
I think I'll leave it the way it is. No.
No, okay.
So I
Okay.
guess it's unfriendly then.
Okay,
Right.
do we have a second on the floor? We don't have a second. Currently the motion, Commissioner Tierra, did you want to say? Did you want to make a second on this motion?
No, but I guess I had some comments, but
Okay, let me just do the procedural cleanup here. So as we currently stand, we have a motion on the floor that says, which says, I'm so confused. We want to increase the funding to Clara from 5,000 to 10,000. The way we will do this based on audited math is to take an equal amount, which is 335 or 334. We'll just have to clean up the math from each of the other 15 organizations from their grants to get there. That's the current motion on the floor.
And so Mary, if you can go to approximately 400 and just put an equal amount. And once you have that, if you could go to Commissioner Regeer's second amendment and just change that to, that was friendly. That was the second friendly. And then she made an unfriendly amendment, which was
the same thing.
Which was not accepted.
Not accepted.
Okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Tierra, we are still in discussions. So would you like?
I just wanted to point out, I understand and I like this creative solution that Commissioner Vice Chair Stinger proposed. And it's something we considered at the CBDG, but if we do that to across the board to all of the organizations, the downtown streets team is already at 10,000, so that will dip below, and then the backpack medicine also will go below the 7,000 it currently has. And so I wonder about something a little bit creative where we don't remove anything from anyone who's below 10 so that we keep them at 10. It calls into question whether we should leave anything at 7 since it's below 10, given this argument. And maybe a percentage or something like that would make more sense. I mean, I know it's late and we're doing a lot of math here, but it may make more sense to do a percentage, and that way we don't impact the ones that are already below that criteria. I also wanted to say that I personally really admire and respect what Carrot School Project is doing, and yet I feel like the task at hand here and what we've been tasked to do, which is really follow the criteria that we're supposed to use in order to fund these organizations. And I think that's what you had said, Chair Smith, was that this was, the criteria were not necessarily met, but you wanted to support this type of organization. I'm not saying it shouldn't be supported. I just want to reiterate and point out that we're in a sticky situation because we're supposed to be following certain rules in terms of how we allocate funds. And it's not what we care most about or what we really want to see improve. We have to follow these rules. That's what we're trying to do here. So as much as I love Carrot School Project and would love to see them have more funding, I guess I'm just calling that into question. And
So,
I do think the percent idea might be a good one there.
okay, so I'm going to, you should get your percentage thing together, because I'm going to say one other recommendation. As you were, one other thing, as you were speaking, we have organizations, Ability Path, La Comida, where is this other one? Life Moves, that did amazing applications, did not really ask for much more funding or more funding at all. And they have specific programs they have outlined, and now their overall funding dollars, they're almost getting penalized, even though I'm using the word penalized, but we're taking organizations that didn't ask for any increase this year in a budget in a tight year to keep funding the same things. And I know, for example, Life Moves, they wrote in their package that they had over $200,000 extra expenses this year that were identifiable, already spent, and they didn't ask for more. And what was the other one? In Ability Path, they went to a total digital format, which is a total retooling of their organization, and asked for the same amount. So if we start pulling from these different organizations, I think we start. I don't know. I don't feel like I don't feel like it is fair to them. So that's just my take. We have Commissioner Stinger and then Commissioner Regier.
Oh, I don't mean to.
Okay, the comments really help. Your comments about a little more insight into the proposals that you read more thoroughly and spent more time with helped. And Commissioner DeTerrell, you made a point that I think is really strong. I think the comparison is a judge having to adjudicate by the law, not by his opinion, his or her opinion. And we do have some guidelines that we should stick to. So it's giving me some food for thought.
Do you want to make do you want to make any updates to your current amendment? Or do you want to let
Yes, I would like to just stick with my original motion.
the original motion or the amendment?
No, the original motion, that we accept the recommendation of the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Commissioner Regier?
I guess my question was at the very beginning too, which is what criteria did correct, in your opinion, on the thing did not meet?
Okay, so we have, I'm going to give you my sheet. Minka, is this like proprietary information or can I share?
At this point, that is still hasn't been entered officially, so you may not share those. You can give an overall, feeling of why you might have scored them in a certain way, but not to.
So the areas, like the three areas that and this is mine. Remember, there's two. Wow, I'm tired, Valerie. I did 3 for 2. So this is mine. There, Nettie and Rebecca have their own scores. So I'll tell you the areas that challenged me. The agency demonstrates ability to diversify its funding sources. The agency's process in place for evaluating the needs of the target population. The agency's process in place for evaluation of the goals and objectives of proposed services, and demonstrated experience and effective methodology for performing services, and agency's administrative qualifications and experience for a proposed program. So all of those areas present to me significant challenges. I will say, correct, for a first-time application in a smaller organization, they got a perfect score for accessibility and affordability of services from me. They got close to a perfect score for the proposed services effectively meet a service that has been identified as a priority. They got a almost perfect score for Palo Alto residents or beneficiaries. And they got an almost perfect score for effectiveness of reaching out and serving vulnerable and underserved populations. So as you can see, I have a very high opinion of what they're doing. It's just there were some other challenges as I read the application. So, I hate to do it that way, but they do good work. They do good work. When I look at everything else, it's just hard. So does that answer your question?
No, because I asked the reasons why the other commissioners, why Valerie Stinger went back to her original motion, and why Sunita was saying, Commissioner was saying that they didn't meet the criteria of the as much, and we're not following the guidelines. We don't know what the other two people that said that. I don't see any answer to why they didn't meet exactly.
So,
I don't understand their argument.
So
You didn't give an explanation of how they didn't meet it. And I'm not basing it solely because they're a good organization. That's not why I'm saying they should get it. I'm just saying that the argument for why they shouldn't. We can't hear from the other two people that were on it, so that doesn't seem fair that we should be using.
Okay, so this is what we will do. I gave you the explanation of how I judged it. I can't answer for the other two. But we voted, we came up with a consensus. This was the consensus of how we would fund it. I'm sorry that it doesn't answer your question, but that's the best I can do at this moment. Commissioner Terria, you're next.
I guess I just want to explain the rationale, and I want to preface that by saying that this seems relevant in the moment that I actually visited Carrot School Project doing a cleanup weekend or two ago, I can't remember exactly when, and got to see what they're doing and got to see Evelyn in action. And I think it's a fantastic organization. And so I would love to see more funding there. But I also, it kind of breaks my heart to say, but I mean, we've been given a particular task of how we're supposed to figure out who gets what. And I know that I did it with CBDG, and I know that when folks were asking questions about how we allocated the funds, what I could say is that we did the deep dive with a lot more information, with all the information, and with support from staff to really understand what the organizations were doing, and then to apply the rules we've been given to figure out who to fund. And so my feeling is that I feel that there's a reason to somewhat defer to the folks, my colleagues who basically have done this work, because it's just not possible for all of us to do that deep dive. And I say that, in a disappointed way, because I would very much like Carrot School Project to get the funds and to be able to continue doing this very important work on a very important topic and situation, not just topic. So I just wanted to add that. I think it's like a frustrating thing about being a commissioner is that we're tasked with a particular job, and that's the job we have. So it's like Vice Chair Stinger said, it's not about how we feel about this and where we want to see the funds go. And I think that I particularly would like to see us have a larger conversation about these kinds of issues that we want to put whatever resources we can put, whether it's our time gathering community to move on these sorts of issues. But I don't think that the way that HISRAP is set up and the rules that we have allows us to, and I'm deferring to the work that you all did in your subcommittee to figure out which are the ones that have really met the criteria and merit the funding based on these criteria.
Thank you for that great reflection. Do we have any other comments? Yes, Commissioner.
I guess my comment is that being that we haven't heard from the other two people that are on the committee what their rationale for saying why Carrot didn't meet the qualifications for this. And I think HISRAP does give us an opportunity to think beyond. I haven't been, I guess if everybody else feels like they're satisfied that they didn't meet the criteria and they're just, but we haven't really heard what parts did they not meet. And I was on CBDG last year, and I've been on many grant writing and grant proposal stuff. And I feel like we're not thinking outside the box, and we're trying to fit in the box. And I don't think it might be a rectangle that we're trying, I'm just saying is that I don't really believe that you three have answered my question of why, because the other two, we haven't heard from them. Why they didn't meet the criteria and why they didn't. And so
Right.
well,
So Commissioner Regier, I hear your comments. Excuse me, a perfect situation would have been to have both of them here. And I'm not sure the commission is gonna come to complete understanding or about rationale or looking at it through the same lens, because let's be honest, if you were on that commission looking at, perfectly good people can say, yes, I thought they met all the evaluation criteria. I think they demonstrated really well. And someone said, I didn't think that was that strong. I gave them a 5, and someone else said I would give them a 10. I think the job right now is you have heard the recommendation of the reviewers, and the decision before you right now is as a group of 5 to say, we took what they gave us, and now you are having a discussion. And as you were doing earlier, is to take whatever recommendation comes on the table and start to work with that. So I don't think we're going to come to an answer on every single one and have a complete understanding of rationale. I think it's come to the point where we just have to say, let's continue with the work of working on the motions and seeing where you are with that. So it's my understanding of where we are now is that we are back to
the original motion.
The original motion. That does not mean that there can't be other friendly amendments or things such as that are brought to the table. I think they'd have to be different than the ones that were already written above. They'd have to be different, or we're just doing the same.
Well, so you can't make the same amendments.
You can make it different and see where that goes.
So for example, Commissioner Terrell could make the amendment that she, for example, if we want to make another attempt at a friendly amendment or unfriendly amendment, it would require something with change in language, such as, how can I put it? We want to strike a percentage away from the others. And then we'd have to ask the vice chair, does she want to have a friendly amendment? If she doesn't, we'd have to bring it to a vote for unfriendly amendment. So I think that is the point that we are at. One of the abilities of a deliberative body is that we don't need 100% agreement. That's why it's a vote process. So at this point, I would like to see if there's any addition to the motion. Having heard everybody's perspective on the motion.
Did Daryl leave, or where is she?
Daryl is here.
I'm right here.
Okay, I can't see her. Okay.
Thank you. So at this point, is there anything new to the conversation, or is there anything that we would like to add as a motion, an amendment, a friendly, unfriendly?
So I can make another motion.
You can make, you can, the process is, if you want to make an amendment, you can, or if you want to make an unfriendly amendment, you can at this point. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry that I don't know how to do this very well.
No.
But I'm trying to figure out a way, because I feel like we went backwards and we haven't heard really why. So I'm trying to figure out an amendment that will please everybody and get back to what this Vice Chair Singer's second motion was.
Well, I don't think we get back there, because I think, at least for me, I can only speak for me. I cannot speak for the group. But I think Commissioner Terrell so sagaciously suggested, and by doing the percentages and doing it this way, you start taking people, for example, like Downtown Streets team, which, because of an administrative issues, already has an issue, and Parker would take a hit there, and then I followed.
We didn't.
And then I followed up with that by saying we would also penalize organizations like Life Move and Ability Path, who even in a difficult year, and they wrote in their application, they had significant outlays, but didn't ask for more. We would be bringing them under their minimum request. So then then the vice chair then followed that up with going back to the original motion. So I don't know if we can get that there. I think you'd have to do a motion that would have to impact a specific body or something else. I don't think we can, the pull from everybody's going to get the same pull.
Commissioner Dutouré.
So I was going to suggest, and I guess I'm hoping to maybe get a discussion here, because I think that given everything that's going on and the mission of who we're supposed to serve, while still trying to apply these HISRAP rules, is there a way to take a little bit, like do a percentage? A percentage is, I think, not high enough. If we leave out everyone who's, so if we're going to do a percentage, we have to leave out the folks who are funded at 10 if we don't want to go below 10, or we have to have some rule around that, and then do a percentage. But we need some pretty strong math skills here to be able to figure out what percent will allow us to take enough to bring Carrot School Project up to 10,000. So I think that this is all doable, I think, but I think that the issue is more, do we want to set a level like Vice Chair Stinger recommended? Do we want to, given the administrative costs and the burden of writing for these grants, do we want to make it so that the funding level is a certain amount? Because that's what we tried to do. That was our reasoning. And I guess that goes back to, I suppose it's the whole HRC to wonder about that. Do we want to do that? And if we do, I think there's creative ways to get there.
So, one of the things that we thought of, particularly funding Carrot and the Peninsula Healthcare Connection, was new organizations or newish or newer or new programs that we wanted to at least give a shot. I mean, we now, this was the hardest part of our deliberation. At one point when we did the math, we were originally just going to not give to any new organizations and keep it that way. But we felt like we wanted to give some new organizations some wind. I just don't, and I'm only one of the 3 people that administered this, but I would not feel comfortable starting to pull from other organizations at this point, knowing that we already pulled from other organizations to even get what we got. So when we did our original matrix, it was okay, we were 250,000 over. Let's look at the quality of the applications. And then we also looked at the reality of people that are doing good work in the community already. And then we started looking at new organizations, and we're like, we want to do something in this space. But then we had to start taking, and I'm not going to say who we took from, but we had to start taking from other places to even get here. So I personally, again, and I guess because I'm invested, I don't think taking from other organizations is really going to be the right solution. So yes, Commissioner.
So we mentioned in the past that I think Carrot School Project has received, got some money from the emergency or emerging needs.
Emerging needs, yes, which I think you're on emerging needs, right?
No.
Sorry?
Who's on emerging needs, Minka?
Commissioner Dutouré and Commissioner Savage, but yeah, this was,
Okay, so you're on emerging needs, just so you know.
Oh, good to know. So I'm thinking, I understood that it's 10,000 max per organization. So I don't know how emerging needs funds work, but apparently I'm going to be learning in the coming months. But I wonder if there's not a way to sort of, and I don't know how this works and if this is legit, but can we take it into, highly take it in consideration that we would want to try to, do they have to apply? I don't know how that works, but is that a way to patchwork more funding? Would that be amenable? Does that work for you, Patty? Like, do you think?
They already got it. They can't get it in the calendar. They've already received it from.
Oh, I thought it was for prior years. It's not for this year. What's that?
Once you receive it, you can't get it again for 2 years. It used to be 3 years, and then we moved it down to 2 years.
Okay.
So unfortunately, for
But
Karen,
they're thinking.
that would not work for them.
All right, we have a, okay, Commission, I'm gonna do Commissioner Regier, and then we will do Commissioner Savage, and after that, hopefully we'll be able to put something to a vote.
So I guess my point is that I totally, the question is, they're all doing good work. But the question is, how effective are they towards our mission and for the HISREP mission in regards to what are they contributing? And I think that's some of them, when you look at some of the, when you say you don't want to take money away from them, they haven't really received it yet. It's not a given that when you get money that it's got to keep on coming. So when we say we're taking it away from one, and some of the organizations I'm looking at, I mean, we could look to see, some of them say, how is it going to affect it? And they say, well, they're going to have to go into their reserves, or they're going to have, some of them say, well, we'll have to fundraise because they're not fundraising. So it's not a given. It's not like you're taking it away from someone, because it's not a given. And they're all doing good work. So I guess that's my argument, is that they're all doing good work, but how are they being effective to meet our mission and to meet the mission of HISREP?
All right, thank
and
you.
how effective are they going to be?
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Savage?
Yeah, just sitting back and listening to all this going back and forth, there's so much indecision, should it be a dollar amount? Should it be a percentage? I think we should just take a step back, look at it as an overview, and just accept the recommendations. I have also been indecisive, but after listening and, just thinking long and hard, these are all organizations that deserve more money. But I think let's just go back to step one. A lot of work has already gone into this. A lot of thought has already gone into this by some very capable people. And I think we should defer to their decisions and just accept their recommendations and move on.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Savage. Commissioner Deteriak?
I just was going to say the same thing and echo, you have done the deep dive, you've done the work. And so I think we should honor that and defer to that.
Thank you. I am going to move the motion forward. We have a motion on the floor. We've had discussion. I am going to move it. If there is nothing new to add to the dialogue, or no amendments or motions to add, I will move it to a vote. Are we ready for a vote? Okay. Commissioner Deterial, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Regier?
Nay.
Commissioner Savage?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stinger?
Aye.
Commissioner Savage, just a reminder, you need to come on to vote.
Oh, here I am. Aye.
Thank you.
And the chair goes aye. Thank you, everybody, for this great deliberation. We're better for it. I think when we sit back and talk about needs and priorities assessment next October, I think there will be a way more robust discussion than it has been in the past. Thank you.
On behalf of staff, I want to thank everyone for their passion, for their love of these organizations, all of them who applied for your advocacy for certain causes or for certain organizations. And I think that as you move forward and working on HISRAP for this coming time, but for the next application period, I think mid-cycle having another conversation about HISRAP is definitely something that you can do. I was hoping that that would be, in combination with, a really thorough needs assessment of the community. I think with the city's budget crisis, I think that the HRC might have to look a little bit differently in how it might assess the needs that, or another body to do that for us, to help in some decision-making for HISRAP for the next time. But I thank the reviewers and I thank all of you for the passion that you brought to this and your care and concern for all of these organizations and all the individuals that they serve.
Thank you, Minka. And I want to give a special shout out to Mary, because through CDBG and HISRAP, she printed out binders and binders of paperwork. So she's an unsung hero. So thank you, Mary.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. One of the things I want to say before we get to item number 4 is
I just want to ask, who's Karen?
I'm about to get there. I'm getting there now. I'm gonna get there. Hi, Karen. I'm getting there. One of the things that I want to really say is we have an amazing vice chair, Vice Chair Valerie Stinger. She has done a tremendous job, and you'll see more of her work come to the forefront as we continue to develop these community conversations. It will probably be one of the most connected events that I've ever seen in any city. Right now, we have Karen Kinzel from the Palo Alto Art Center, and I would like our vice chair to introduce her, talk about some of the work she's doing, and talk about how we after Karen talks, how this can be part of our community conversation effort. So, Vice Chair, can you please do an introduction for us?
This is going to be really hard. There are credentials and there's passion, and I'm going to speak to the passion. Karen Kinzel has just done a remarkable job as, I hope I have this right, Karen, director of our Palo Alto Arts Center. Fabulous programming, innovative ways of lectures and home to get us through the pandemic, and an exciting opening of the Arts Center on this past Saturday, the first Saturday in 52 weeks, 51 weeks, and it's fabulous. And I think that you're going to be speaking tonight on a curated show, The Black Index. Is that correct, Karen?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Singer. I realize you have all had a really long night, and so I hope that this can be a little bit of a respite. So I intend to just provide you with some information about our current exhibition, which is up until April 3rd. And then talk with you a little bit about the Black Index exhibition in hopes that there are opportunities for us to work together. So I have a PowerPoint. Minka, is that something that Mary should show, or should I share screen and show it?
You can go ahead and share screen, Karen.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, so this is really informational. I'm going to run through the slides very, very quickly because I really want to be respectful of your time. But thank you again, Human Relations Commission, for inviting me to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to share what we're doing with all of you and to see if there are opportunities for us to potentially collaborate, particularly around the Black Index. Where the heart is the current exhibition that we have up through Saturday, April 2nd. This is an exhibition that celebrates immigrant artists. We have work in a wide range of media from artists from around the country who were born all over the world. This is Maria Paz, who's based in Oakland, Potter. This is a really wonderful kind of introduction to the exhibition. Maria was a formerly undocumented immigrant, now a citizen of the US. She talks about how remarkable it is that she can make a clay artwork that can actually last for thousands of years. This is called I Will Always Be Here Permanence. Zemer Peled, who is an Israeli born potter. She grew up near a kibbutz, explored an archaeological site nearby, and this notion of kind of shards and fragments form a large part of her work. This is Leanne Trong. Leanne will be actually lecturing for us a free public lecture on Friday, April 2nd at 5 p.m. She actually grew up in Santa Clara. She was born in Vietnam. Jiha Moon is a Korean-born artist who talks about kind of working in different media and really kind of traversing different identities. So her work often incorporates traditional Korean painting techniques in addition to popular culture. You'll see the Twitter logo here. This is actually a print. She also works in ceramic and also in painting. This is Guillermo Galindo, who is a composer, a sculptor. He finds objects from the border and he makes musical instruments from them and creates these extraordinary performances around them. This is an artist, Claudio Dutocheo, who was born on the border between Mexico and Arizona. His work is a kind of mashup of popular culture, traditional imagery, and then we have a series of works by Bin Don. Bin is based in San Jose, teaches at San Jose State University. He is enamored with traditional photographic processes. These are actually daguerreotypes. And do you know Bin?
Yes, I do. I actually was on a panel with him.
Oh, good. Yeah, so he's really local. So he grew up in San Jose, lives in San Jose. This is from a series of daguerreotypes that were done to commemorate the national parks. And Ben talks about the incredible experience of kind of thinking about national parks for immigrants, this notion that there are parks. And there's this really beautiful thing that happens with the works because they are daguerreotypes, they're mirrored. So you essentially see yourself in the landscape. So we have a few of these. He traveled to numerous national parks for this project. Just a few other pieces I'm going to go very quickly. An Iraqi-born artist. There's a lot of portraiture in the exhibition. This is another artist who is local. This is Zhao Zhe, who teaches at Stanford, who does these incredible hyper-representational paintings, large scale, fascinated with text. Yulia Pinkusevich is actually lecturing tomorrow evening. There's a free lecture at 5 p.m. These are all virtual. I encourage you to join us. She was born in the USSR. This is Eliza Niesenbaum, a New York-based artist who was born in Mexico. She recently did an extraordinary project actually with the Tate, where she was doing portraits of essential workers. This is the work in a private collection that we're very happy to have as part of the exhibition. I wanted to mention two other projects in conjunction with the show. This is the Sanctuary City residency. Sanctuary City project is two artists, Chris Tregari and Sergio de la Torre, who have been working to raise the voices of immigrants in our community. They have been working collectively for the past several years. They do participatory printmaking and share prints that describe the experiences of immigrants in our community. So they did an installation outside the facade of the Art Center. There's also an installation on Embarcadero. They also have taken over the glass gallery, and we're doing participatory printmaking with them, which in the age of COVID basically means that we're printing but giving away prints on Saturdays, the 13th and the 20th from 1 to 4 p.m. The other project I just want to mention is the Butterfly Migration Project, which is actually in our lobby. And that was an initiative that was actually started by two youth in the East Bay who were concerned about the issue of migrant child detention. They wanted to create a visual representation of that and basically created a challenge of creating 76,000 origami butterflies. So they have been working dedicatedly to engage the community to make butterflies. They've been to schools, and through the month of February, we collected community-made butterflies, and they are on view in our lobby space. So the 3 exhibition projects really celebrate the creative contributions of immigrants in our community. So I encourage you all to come see the exhibitions. We are open from Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. We're open at 25% capacity. Masks, of course, are required. Social distancing is enforced. So the call to action here is really come visit and please spread the word. We had hoped that we would be able to have a longer run for the show, but of course, COVID and our existence in the red tier prevented us from doing that. Sanctuary print art. So I now want to transition to talk about the Black Index exhibition, because this is where we have, I think, an opportunity to potentially work with the HRC to think about how you might leverage this exhibition to kind of achieve some of your goals. This is an exhibition that was organized by Bridget Cooks. Bridget holds a joint appointment in African American Studies and Art History at UC Irvine. She's a writer and a curator. This is a quote that I think really kind of beautifully sums up the kind of impetus for creating this exhibition. The exhibition actually started as a paper. She was ultimately encouraged to turn it into an exhibition. And we are very, very honored to present the exhibition starting May 1st. The show will be up through August 14th. So it's a nice long run. Bridget refers to the Black Index as an alternate visual index to images that define Black people in terms of violence. And she talks about everyday images of Black people are presented in popular culture, Black people being arrested, attacked, murdered, and that's almost normalized. So with this show, she intends to present other representation of Blackness that show mourning and loss, along with Black value and joy. This is really intended to be a community of images created out of love for Black people. This is the exhibition installation at UC Irvine. Unfortunately, UC Irvine was not able to open the show to the public because of COVID restrictions, but we're fairly confident that during the run of the show in Palo Alto, we will be able to open. So on the left, you'll see the Dennis Delgado portraits. I'll share more about those in just a moment. And this is one of the artists in the show, Alicia Henry. She's based in Nashville. She teaches at Fisk University. Long-standing interest in stitching, fabric, and material. These are leather. This is a large-scale installation. It will take up one of the large walls of the Art Center. She's very interested in beauty, the body, and identity. This is a detail. This is Dennis Delgado, who I mentioned earlier. These are actually displayed on iPads. This is from a series called The Dark Database. These are portraits that are actually composed of 600 to 700 faces. He uses a facial detection algorithm to identify faces in 4 films: Training Day, Higher Learning, Do the Right Thing, and Black Panther. He comes from a film background and identified the films as kind of landmark films for African Americans. He then uses Photoshop to calculate and average out the pixel images. So he's very concerned about facial detection algorithms because they were essentially created to read white faces. And really, with this project, intends to highlight some of the problems that arise when they are used in public safety contexts, identifying a couple of cases in which African Americans were wrongly arrested due to these technologies. This is a large-scale installation by Kenyatta Hinkle that will be part of the exhibition. There are 100 frame drawings. This is from a project called the Evanest, which includes the drawings in addition to performance. Kenyatta Hinkle is based at, she teaches at UC Berkeley. She's based in the Bay Area. These are all these incredible drawings in India ink. She talks about India ink as being like blood to her and often uses sticks to do her drawing. This is a project that's focused on missing Black women in America and the African diaspora. She calls them unportraits. And this is very much a project aligned with Say Her Name, real exploration of the Black female body. This is a very local artist in the exhibition, Lava Thomas. Lava lives in Menlo Park. We've exhibited her work in a couple different exhibition projects, including a project we commissioned with her focused on veterans. This is a series focused on the women of the Montgomery bus boycott. So this is a very important historical narrative that typically focuses on the men, and here she focuses on the women. So these are meticulously drawn portraits from the photographic portraits, the mugshots of these individual women. They're lovingly portrayed. It's a really beautiful project. Lava is an incredible draftsperson. We're also showcasing a couple works from a previous project of Lava's called Looking Back, and these are portraits of her grandmother. We're also showcasing work, collaborative pieces between Titus Kaphar and poet and attorney Reginald Dwayne Betts. Titus Kaphar is an internationally recognized artist. He was just featured on the Today Show just a few weeks ago. Got his start at San Jose, going to San Jose State, then went on to Yale. He is very well known for two Time magazine covers. Most recently, one that featured George Floyd's mother. This is a project that is essentially 30 prints were created. There are 4 of them that will be in the Black Index exhibition. And this is really focused on source material that is from lawsuits filed by the Civil Rights Corps on behalf of people incarcerated because they couldn't pay bail. Court fees and fines. So Titus Kaphar created the drawings for their essentially etchings. And then Reginald Betts created poetry. The project includes a font called the Redaction font, which was designed by 2 designers and is also an important component of the exhibition. And then finally, Whitfield Lavelle. So these are wonderful Conte crayon drawings with actual cards collaged. He talks about his work being about the collective memory of the African diaspora, our forgotten past. There's a connection between the portraits and the cards that is really lovely. So there's a series of these that are part of the exhibition. So we intend to do free public programming in conjunction with the show. We're talking about a potential virtual book launch event in May. There will be a catalog in conjunction with the exhibition. So the book launch will basically launch the catalog with the redaction font designers. We're also in collaboration with MOAD, the Museum of the African Diaspora, are talking about a virtual artist panel with Titus Kaphar and one of his mentors from San Jose, Diana Pumpley Bates. And then possibly a hybrid closing reception. But at this point, we wanted to kind of turn it over to you for advice, thoughts, feedback, ideas for how we might be able to potentially work together to achieve some of the HRC's goals by leveraging the exhibition.
Karen, I just want to say, the fact that you were so excited, enthusiastic at 10 at night is a testament to your passion. I'd like to just, so we have to do public comments. Are there any public comments? And then I'll do some talking, and then I'll let the other commissioners talk. Yes, Dr. James. You're muted, Minka.
I know. I was so enthralled by Karen's presentation that I was not prepared for public comment. So hold on just a minute. Okay, so Aram, go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes.
Just really excited to come and see the artwork. Just, really powerful stuff. I'm a retired public defender, so a lot of the images and the issues around bail and other things that are depicted visually make a huge difference. So thank you very much for putting this together. You'll see me over there.
Thank you, Aram.
All right. Karen, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Myself and the vice chair are putting together an advisory committee for our community conversations. That advisory committee currently consists of PAUSD, the library, and Vice Chair Stinger has the whole list. What we are doing is we have been given direction from the city council to hold a group of community conversations. Our goal is to hold these community conversations in conjunction with other activities between May 25th and Juneteenth. So we're fleshing out. So I can only, so, you know, for example, with the library, we were just on the phone with them. They have a grant to do a book club public reading around, I forgot the book, Minka. What's the name of the book? Valerie, somebody help me with the book. And
this book is Anti-Racist by Tiffany.
No, it's not by Tiffany.
Abraham.
It's How to Be an Anti-Racist.
Oh, but there's, I hear you, Commissioner Regier, but we're
another book.
We're working on more than one book. Yes, so it is How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi. And then this book is Anti-Racist is another one they want.
Anti-Racist Baby or something.
As well. So both of them will be part of the month.
So and and I can only imagine, and I think that's what Chair Stinger is here. I can only imagine us working with this project to be part of how we spark conversation. I love the piece with the young man with the iPads and talking about the recognition software and the biases in recognition software. I thought that was a powerful, powerful piece. Or even the Montgomery bus boycott with the women. Like, I think there's so many pieces there that we can come together with this project. We're also working with TheaterWorks. Is that right?
That's right.
And they're going to do a play at the same time in May. So all of this is in motion, and I think your art exhibit is going to be right in the mix of it. I would want to open this up to comments and thoughts and questions from the other commissioners. Commissioner Stinger, and then we'll go work our way back up the alphabet.
Well, not only were you enthusiastic at 10, but you stayed with us for a couple hours to get to 10 o'clock. So thank you so much. This was a curated exhibit that I think I know you were supposed to hold last summer, but couldn't because of COVID. And that's just fortuitous for us. This is just such exciting timing. Is there going to be a Friday night at the Arts Center around this exhibit?
We don't know yet. We're meeting with Bridget next week, the guest curator, and are going to be talking with her about that. Very possibly.
That would be hugely exciting, and we'd have to be really careful, I know. I'm sorry, if we did it, it would be virtual. I'm sorry, we're not ready for in person.
The president told everybody tonight that everybody would have a vaccine. While we were talking about his rap, he told us everybody would have a vaccine by May.
I will say that we did a virtual Friday night at the Arts Center with the current exhibition, and it was a strong success. So, so we'll see.
Well, I just have a lot of small micro pieces that I think we can work on. We are going to do a website, and I would love to put some of like Bridget's quotes on the website and use that as a link to the exhibit. Oh boy, there are just some, I guess I have so many small points. I'd like to maybe just set some time aside to sit with you and make it work for a bridge from the 21-day equity challenge that we just closed, that the PAU has just closed on, to our conversations at the end of May.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Regier.
I just want to say it's beautiful. Thank you. It's beautiful.
Commissioner Deterria.
Do you want to go with Commissioner Savage first or myself?
She's still connecting.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sticking around and for sharing that with us. It was very moving. A lot of the pieces were really beautiful, and the whole the whole idea of, I think it's very important for all of us to be able to be exposed to the alternate visual index, this idea of like, getting to see African-American folks, Black folks depicted in ways that are not what we're constantly bombarded with by the media. I think it's very, very important. What I'm thinking of is along the lines of what Vice Chair Stinger said, is how do we get this out to folks? How do we engage folks? We had so many people come out about a year ago and, care about Black Lives Matter and really get involved. And then the 21-day equity challenge. So how do we get folks? That's what I'm really trying to think about, so that we get our community engaged. It looks like an incredible exhibit. And I think that at the schools, as well as just our general community, I'm wondering, and I don't have answers. I'm just wondering and want to continue thinking about how do we get folks engaged. I was thinking that the Say Her Name, the collage of all of those different images. My kids are in elementary school and middle school, and it's, I guess, arguably a bit young for them to be doing art projects like that would be related. But I think that maybe in high schools, it could be interesting where high school students might be able to look at that art. Sorry?
I said that was a great idea. Sorry, I spoke.
Yeah. Look at that and appreciate the art and get a sense, and then maybe do their own versions or something and put those out somewhere outside of the schools. I really think that we need to get our students and our kids engaged. I would say, I would but invite my middle schooler and my elementary school age child to do that as well. But I could imagine that, I'm not sure how PASD would want to handle that, but how can we bring that into the schools? I think that would be really interesting. Yeah, I guess those are my comments. I'm excited to think about it further.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Savage. So Commissioner Savage says her computer just died, and she says, I've known Karen for years, and I'm continually impressed with her dedication and commitment to art. And I think we should sponsor or co-host her art exhibit and try to help her publicize. So you have a whole commission that wants to work with you, Karen. I'd love to hear it from the council member. I mean, he's also stuck with us for a couple of hours, so we're grateful for his presence. Council member Greer.
Thanks, Chair Smith. I'll just say thank you, Karen, for presenting this. It's just an incredible collection of work, and it so fits within the city's policies. So I guess goals and priorities this year, and the mission of the HRC. So I'm really hoping that we can get this out there into our schools and for the public to see. And I'm definitely going to encourage all my council members to be able to see and experience the exhibit as well. So thanks for all the work that you've done.
Thank you. So Karen, I think next action steps, Chair Stinger is definitely going to connect with you, and also encourage Commissioner Alto to also get looped in that conversation, because I love that art project. I'm not that artistic. I don't, my mind doesn't work like that. But what she just suggested was absolutely phenomenal. So I think both of those are I think both of them would be two great people to work with in that space. And yeah, we definitely want to be part of this. We talk again in April, right? What date in April is our next meeting?
You're asking me. The second Thursday, which I think it's the 8th.
So I think I would ask either Commissioner Stinger or Commissioner Clara to come back to us with how we're going to interact with Karen and the art display as a commission in our April meeting. They could probably give that in a commissioner report, and I think we'll be grateful there. Their commissioners, I'm I'm going to, yes, Lincoln.
I think I was about to say what you were about to say, so I'll wait to see if you say it first.
Okay, I was actually going to tell them we will take public comments and we will take commissioner reports next week since we're going to do it again next week. So
Okay.
we all can go home. I think the commissioner reports in liaison and staff report, unless staff has something that's super pressing.
I don't. I did want to ask Karen, I know we had talked ahead of time, if she was looking for, or if there was a value for the HRC to like endorse the upcoming exhibit, or just this, offer of work of collaboration is what you really would like. I just wanted to close that loop before we ended tonight.
Thank you, staff. That's a great point.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. Thank you all for your feedback and for your time. We're excited to work with you on this exhibition and ensure as many people as possible see the show and are impacted by it. So we'll look forward to kind of organizing some next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. And I forget that we have the ability to sponsor and do all that other stuff. So I'll wait for the vice chair and Commissioner Tyrrell to come back because they had some really great input on that. All right. Human Relations Commission, we will be back at it next Wednesday. Are you excited? We get to do it for another 4 hours next Wednesday. But I just want to say I am grateful to each and every one of you. I felt like our conversation tonight was rich. I don't regret any of it. I think part of the process of democracy and governance is having hard conversations and going around the block on stuff multiple times. And I think every view is absolutely critical. So I'm grateful to each one of you for sharing what you shared tonight. It has, I will say this as a personal reflection, it has me reevaluating some of the criterias of how we approach certain HISRAP funding. So I think we will have certain structural conversations when we do the needs assessment in the summer, and we do when we do the community survey in the summer, and we do the needs assessment in October again. I think we will all have some deeper insight to have, and that conversation I think will be really robust. So don't lose those thoughts because there's still a process for us to follow through and ways for us to make some systemic and consistent change so that we can really fine-tune how we say what's important to us. So thank you everybody for what you did. I will see you next Wednesday, and please have a good evening and enjoy your weekend.